are leaning towards a little bit more of a very front-heavy tank-focused lineup. For AP Brand, which is why they're taking away a shredder of tanky gold lane, of tanky fighters and tanks. That means the gold lane for Omega might just lean towards picking something alongside the Granger. They can just play for range, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, the Fredrin also just looking really spicy here as well. If you want to just make a really tanky lineup, go for Roam, Akai, and Fredrin jungle, maybe could work.
Oh my goodness, that's the Fredrin Arlot, Akai Arlot together in one lineup.
That's crazy, right? That would be so crazy.
That's annoying, honestly. Conceptually and in practice, that is very difficult to go up against, especially if you're a Kalea and a Lapu Lapu that want to get close to that action. You're actually putting yourself at risk more.
Yeah,
and they didn't ban it out. They banned some mid-lane heroes instead, some heroes for Aqua. So that still opens the possibility of maybe some of the other mid-lane heroes that Renmar did mention earlier, maybe, but I don't know if they really want to risk that because we haven't seen much Kaguras, much Kadisas so far. More so for the Lilias, but it's interesting that, or it's an interesting ban that AP Brand took out the Fredrin themselves.
Yeah, I think Omega did definitely have a slot of just picking up the Fredrin so that you'll have the Fredrin Akai match up into the jungle. Now they've run out of tanky junglers actually that they can play with. The Baksha also gone. It's not like you're going to bring back Amartis into the meta. They're trying to force Omega to play into an assassin jungle that, as we mentioned, with the lineup of Baby Brent, could just go ahead and invade a lot. So they lock in their gold laner instead. They pick up a Beatrix. You do still get that range, but at the same time, you also get strong basic attacks, which is something that you need against a lineup that will most likely dive close to you.
Yeah, oh, even the Hilda is still there actually. So if Smart Omega, they do seem like they're really saving their jungler for last because there are just so many things to consider in AP Brent's lineup so far. So this is where we'll probably find out, or this is where we'll definitely find out where the Akai is going.
Yeah.
But
it's James Mount though, isn't there? It's also a really good chance he might just end up picking an assassin here. And as you mentioned earlier, the Sakai can still go roam. Like Hayabusa is still available for them to pick, and it would not be a bad combo.
The Joy even there too.
And the Joy. Okay, so it's an Akai jungle.
It's going on roam.
Oh wow!
That is such a tanky lineup, but it's too close range.
Yeah, everyone. Literally everyone is close range.
It's a little bit too divey for my taste, but then the fact that they picked up the Valentina means they could get a bit of artillery if he does steal the ultimate of the Farsa away. This alleviates a little bit of the pressure though, but not so much, because even if you still go Assassin here for Ryzen, it's going to be a tough jungling pattern for him.
Yeah, you're going to be hard-pressed to actually just get the Feather Airstrike over and over again, since you also have a little bit of versatility. You can also go aggressive with getting the Tsunami Slam, if ever. So lots of options here, but you're right. The range is going to be problematic, especially in the early game.
Yeah, maybe not the Joy. So it's going to be the Hayabusa.
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
Oh, okay, there we go.
All right, not bad.
That slipped my mind, but yeah, that's actually a perfect pick. You're up against a tanky jungler. You have a lot of dive against the opposing team. However, does Xborg have enough of a tanky front line to actually help him out? Because with the Lapu Lapu and the Kalea, we know there are times where Kalea actually just goes down very quickly, even though she can catch. This might put pressure on the Xborg to frontline a little bit more, which you don't really want to do. So it's up to Omega to how to execute this so that the Xborg, Lapu, and Kalea are all on the same page.
Yeah, it feels more like an in and out lineup here if you think about it. They're not going to be lasting in the front line that long, but they will try to recoup and then go back to the fight once more. This is going to be the lineup here. I don't know what if you guys are thinking about this one. It does feel like Omega has covered all the bases, and AP Brand again, very close range and very late game centric here with that Moscow.
I think it's pretty surprising to see that AP Brand did not opt to go for any Purify spells though. They're literally backing on being aggressive
Mobile
as well.
Legends.
So, I mean, Omega rather. They did not pick up any Purify spells, not even with the presence of an Akai, not even with the presence of an Arlot and the Gato and Gacha. So they might be actually playing this very aggressively.
That and they might be subscribing to the thought that, you know what, instead of just cleansing it, let's sidestep it. Let's force them to change their positioning and make them dive a little bit deeper into our formation by flickering better for Omega right now. But of course, for AP Brent, they have the raw sustain that can help them survive. Don't forget, Akai has built-in shields into his kit. James Pan still able to get the last hit there onto the EXP. And then you also have the Revitalize coming in for X-Nova. No Revitalize on the side of Omega. Netsuki having a hard time laning against Shizo. Much more confident. He's a silent kid.
Yeah, I think he was a bit too deep in that particular fight, but AP Brent might be the first ones to set up for this Turtle Horizon, though is still here nonetheless, dealing some damage as well as the export. This is exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
He is seemingly being the front now,
What?
but that did not land. That final slash did not connect, and it will be punished instead. Lord JM will be the first to fall. That's the heavy spin coming in from James Pax, and that will allow him to secure that turtle. It's a double kill for Horizon, however, so they trade things out.
Okay, that was a little bit of a mess here coming in from AP Bren. Omega capitalized so beautifully after that, after the fact as well.
Yeah, however, James Pan showing why Akai is a great option in the jungle. Just heavy spin under everything. You really do not care. You can just go ahead and Retribution there. But yeah, Lord JM needs to tighten up his timing a little bit more. He was way too early and too eager with that final slash flicker. He also burned the flicker for that.
Ooh, now that you bring that up, that's a lot of resources being used. And that might be the opening that Omega has. Maybe just make sure they can reel in this mid-game.
Yeah.
Wait, did Ryzen?
Yes, invade. Great call, actually, but Ryzen might get caught out here.
Okay, Fraga armor already gone. That's the AOG. Doesn't land onto Ryzen, however, and James is doing such a great job at zoning as well. There's the heavy spin, however, coming in from James Pan. Will Super Yoshi be able to provide the right amount of support, or will he be caught as well? That's the last Insanity copied by Aqua, and they actually get the kill for themselves.
Man, Aqua was holding on to that last Insanity. I thought he'd use it on Ryzen, but he was saving it, and now AP Bren will continue to invade into the jungle of Omega, making it even harder for this X-Borg to farm.
Definitely not the Valentino ult that Omega was expecting for sure this time around. And that's AP Brand with a little bit of a surprise factor, getting them a bit of a lead. Again, small margins here really are the big difference maker, especially in that goal lane that we're looking at. The goal difference here is very, very close.
Yeah, apparently the entire idea of AP Bren being too melee in terms of their lineup isn't something they're letting themselves be limited by. They're just being so aggressive with this entire concept, and it's not that smart. Omega are able to find ways to work around it either.
Yeah, well, this is what we mentioned with the lineup of AP Brand, that the aggression that they have, they can invade, they can consistently harass, get information. So they're taking conditions, and they needed to do that because at the end of that, James Pan still did not walk away with a purple buff. Ryzen walked away with 2, even though that meant that his orange buff was taken away from him. There's a better steal and buff secure for Omega. Now Ryzen, though, needs to be careful because AP Bren are close.
Oh, James goes in together with Super Yoshi. Last Insanity, who will get the turtle? It's still going to be James back. Super Yoshi will fall as well. James trying to run away. Haji using the feathered airstrike. There's a flicker coming in from James, but they won't be able to find a trade. AP Bren, what a clean take.
These points, these last Insanities are really making it so hard for these players to actually find their targets. Actually, I was a little surprised. I was confused whether that was like Aqua or Ryzen. Either way, it can really mess up the timing here, and I don't think Omega is dealing with it very well.
Yeah, I mean, we did acknowledge, even though this X-Borg was one of the last best picks that Omega could have gone for there, it really was just, it's running with a lot of risks, especially since you have a lineup built so that the X-Borg actually needs to front, meaning that he'll be taking the initial brunt of damage, which makes his window of using that last Insanity even smaller. As we look at the items, Dreadnought armor is already locked in for the 2 junglers. No full item secure. Oh, excuse me, already the anti-Karash, but the X-Borg shouldn't be too far from that. For the 2 gold laners, still waiting for the full item build on the Matrix. Okay, AP Bren, instead of deciding to commit that, they realized they missed some key abilities and just backed off instead.
Yep. They're going to want to hold on to that and wait so they potentially could get another successful take on the next turtle, because they've taken 2 turtles already for themselves now.
Yeah.
Wow, look at these 2 XP laners down
Very
below.
solid movements.
Wow.
I love seeing those. Obviously, the 1-for-1s, we're seeing them play essentially what we'll see them later on, very in your face rather. And I can't wait to see the full 5-man, honestly. That's all we're waiting for right now. 6.5 minutes into the game. Omega, they want that fight. They want to be able to use these heroes. But for the meantime, it does feel like Netsuki does need more items
right now, though, for Omega for this objective. Of course, you're going to be expecting the SOD to come in. Good thing James Bounce decided to move forward alongside Aqua to hold the forward shrubs, which means Omega need to win a play.
Wait, they force a reaction from Lord JM. Shizu takes the turret down bottom instead, though, but James Bounce, he has his eyes set on Ryzen. Gets cancelled out by the Tsunami Slab, however, there's the OG X Nova right now.
Lord
He's
JM
isolated all by himself, but it's James Bounce who's targeted by Ryzen all over again. He's saving that last insanity over and over again for this hero.
In the bottom lane, though, you see Shizo splitting the map.
Oh my god.
Yeah, James Pants a little bit too eager to try and find Neski out of position. He actually was trying to chase after the Beatrix to heavy spin him away. It looks like Omega's gonna get this turtle.
Okay, James trying to go for Aqua again. Using
SOD.
the spider. There's the bettered airstrike as well, but Shizu and Lord JM, they're holding on to this turtle. Somehow, Ryzen still gets the retribution, however, and they're trying to chase after Lord JM and Shizu. Bennett's Rage finally takes down Lord JM, and that's gonna be it for now.
That was like almost a 2-minute team fight all across the map, and they don't show any signs of slowing down. X-Nova propping it and getting ready for the defense. They're going to be able to clear, but man, oh man, I think Omega took AP Brenner for a ride.
Yeah, AP Bren again started off with James Pants a little bit too... He was too greedy, trying to go after Neski. I'm gonna be honest.
No other way to say it.
Yeah, no other way to say it. It ruined the formation of that AP Brand actually had, and it was a good one. Omega also caught AP Brand off guard, but the problem was they actually, gotta say, wrong target. They were a little bit too eager to go after Lord JM, but the fact that it looks like AP Brand didn't go alongside James Bounce and weren't completely all right with his call to try and chase after the Beatrix, it meant that AP Brand's formation just got ruined, and Omega actually walked away with a big win in that fight.
Yeah.
Both gold laners still very close in terms of the gold. Malefic Gun and the BOD already locked in by Netsuki, while Shizo does have the Corrosion Sight and the Golden Staff.
So that wasn't just me, right? That felt so disjointed for AP Bren. I was
Exactly.
going to ask you guys, what happened here? Is something wrong with this matchup, with this engagement they're doing? They did look super confident coming into it.
Yeah.
But then again, it bought so much time. Shizu did get towers on the bottom. Maybe that's where the comms are busy with. But again, it didn't look stonks. And because of all of that, we are back on even ball game in terms of gold.
I mean, James Pants probably thinks that Netsuki has to be the target for Smart Omega because he's the marksman who joins the fight. Because as we saw, it's Shizu who gets to do a lot more things on his own as expected from a Moskov, but Smart Omega, it does feel like they're trying to make it work with Netsuki together with them as long or as much as they can whenever there's a team fight that breaks out. So when that happens, James Pants, it does seem like he just has his eyes set on Netsuki, but he has to be careful to not do that same mistake which happened earlier.
He did acknowledge that last season he was scared to make mistakes. Now he promised to the Bees that he'll be less hesitant to commit plays. And you know what? I'm a little bit more, I'm okay with that. Yes, that was clearly a mistimed call, but it's not at the end of the world. It's still a very close game in terms of the gold. If in an alternate universe or maybe in the next sequences, if James Banks actually gets Neski, then the tone of the storytelling is going to completely change, and James Banks is going to look like a superstar with being able to couch out the Beatrix.
And overall, it feels like, you know, Shizu, you could argue that Shizu actually got the mission completed.
Yeah, exactly.
He got 2 towers on the bottom, and that equalized the gold. It's just a small mix-up like that obviously will give Omega that short leeway, and you don't want to give Omega anything at this point.
Ryzen doesn't have his immortality yet, but they're still gonna go for it. James already going in, but that's a beautiful taunt onto Haji from X Nova. James back using the heavy spin on Ryzen once again. Doesn't
for them to throw bodies. They're still just going to try and get turrets. The Holy Shield is 100% going to get popped. If they cannot get the turrets here, then yeah, they're just going to be playing around, controlling the map, and then just playing the minion wave so that they can get the next Lord without a problem. Because the bad thing about Omega losing in that time is because now it pushes the lead to around 5K, closing into 6,000 at around the 12 to 13 minute mark. That is a moment in time where you do not want to be at a deficit that large.
Yeah, and folks, remember, this is from a 0 goal lead to 5K in one play. And the wipeout as well, the boot, basically gave the whole map to AP Brand in one instant.
This Valentina by Aqua is becoming really terrifying as well.
Yeah.
Like the way he just keeps on picking up the last insanity. That last sequence we saw from Aqua was just so perfect as well. It was so well timed. It was in a spot that Smart Omega had no choice but to walk in a single direction or path to get away, and that made it just so much more easier for Shizu as well to catch up and deal the right amount of damage. And he's going to be a harder target to catch right now too, especially as he already has his hands on that Wind of Nature.
Yeah, good to see Aqua back in the Philippines. To the teams that almost got Aqua, but just for some reason something happened and that he wasn't able to join your team. Well, you guys missed out. Aqua's still really good.
Yeah, he's making a big splash. Wink, wink.
Yeah, huge splash, huge impact.
So far, he's doing what the Valentina. Hold on, though.
Oh my goodness, Haji!
Oh!
Gets cancelled! And look at the damage coming in from Shizu. He gets another double kill. Could have potentially picked up a triple only if Omega stayed a bit longer. But they're gonna respect AP Brand now. They have no choice but to respect them.
Yeah, Omega are crumbling right now. It seems like a few... That's already 2 lapses in judgment by Haji. Feathered airstrike at the wrong spot. They're not clearing the vision in the key areas that AP Brand could be in. There seems to be a disconnect right now between Haji, Super Yoshi, and Ryzen in terms of just checking crucial areas so that they can get info to see if it's safe to use the Feathered Airstrike. And now, it's bad, because AP Brand, they're going to wait for 1410. Once that passes, they'll break it, then they'll wait for the next wave. AP Brand can win it in the next siege, closing in on 7,000.
Yeah, that's exactly how they do it. I'm super... Is this the... What do you call that? Is this a consequence of not picking up Purify on one of these heroes? Is their battle plan getting messed up over and over again, maybe?
I don't think it's the Purify. I mean, again, the Flicker, they decided to go with that. The reposition idea is good. It's just that repositioning from a very bad position is just already a tough call.
I know, you said position many times there.
No, exactly. When you're in a bad spot and you try to make the most out of it, usually you don't.
Yeah. It's best if you are in a decent spot, even if it's not the best.
Yes.
Because you're
In the
able
first
to
place.
at least put yourself in a better one after that. But if there's like no way out of wherever you put yourself in, then that's what we're seeing from Haji right now, and that's really dealing a lot of problems for Smart Omega.
Aqua.
At least they have some decent wave clear and defense. This is still a Farsa Beatrix that we're talking about, but they're syncing up the waves so well.
Yeah, beautiful sync up. Of course, decent wave clear still for Omega is available, so I don't think they'll suffer more than this. But yeah, we're seeing them slowly just getting bumped into their base. And you know, guys, when this happens, you know what's up. We know what's next.
Oh, that's the Tsunami Slam, punishing Lord JM. He finds himself under the turret. James doing a great job zoning, but has to flicker out to safety. Last Insanity committed by Aqua just to escape. And as you mentioned, they're able to hold on to their remaining 2 base turrets.
I'm trying to think that could have gone significantly better for AP Brand, but I don't think it was just Omega just doing the right things there. AP Brand missed something. It looks like they were scared to dive under that tower when Lord JM got picked. Yeah, there were minion waves that they needed to deal with, and with the tower being more than 50% health, it would have been risky. But I feel like they could have pulled the trigger on a play there. They would have lost 2, bringing the lead down to maybe around 4,000, but that isn't a bad loss. That would have been a trade. If 2 for 1, at most 2 for 2, and then that means it's still good for you.
Yeah.
That could have been actually game if they got free.
Yeah, I feel like they were too cautious there.
I mean, James also jumped in, so he got some attention from some of the members of AP Brand, but I feel like they could they could have been a bit more decisive. Maybe.
Yeah.
Even if it's just on James, because he was already in that spot. But either way, Ryzen still trying to attempt to take this. Will successfully do so, but we have 30 seconds before this upcoming Lord, and the waves are going to be such a huge problem for Smart Omega.
Yeah, so that few seconds is going to be super crucial in this next one. for Ryzen as well, as well as Netsuki. Netsuki who has not actually shown up all game long, running 0-1 on the Beatrix.
Yeah, the man is farmed up though. Like in terms of items, he's good. You don't have to worry about the damage he can dish out. They do have the true damage going around through Ryzen. Although Ryzen could have more items here, he had to go for a bit of a chop suey build to just chase raw physical and magic defense points. Now it doesn't look like AP Bren, or excuse me, Omega will actually be able to contest this healthily. They'll be forced to give it up. And you asked about the condition. The condition now for Omega is simple. Turn it around through defense.
At least they have some skills and some resources to bank on, but only if AP Bren weren't as hesitant earlier in this upcoming fight, it could go sideways for Smart Omega, because I feel like they tried their best to defend already earlier. Like they put James in the front a bit more. They had Ryzen to clear out the waves coming in first, and then Haji and Netsuki just from a distance. They're most likely gonna replicate that. But if AP Bren has a different plan in mind this time, it could go better for them.
Yeah, so this is take two. Let's see what change they're gonna do here. Right on front here is Lord JM. He's actually quite low.
Oh, but that's a nice stun coming in from James and the flicker as well. James Pass already forced to use the heavy spin also.
What is happening here?
Well, okay. I think this is where I have to give Omega a little bit more credit. They are clearing up the mid-minion waves very well. That is difficult for AP Bren to actually pull the trigger in a tower dive in the mid or in the top. But at some point, it's a game of patience now, because I also understand the hesitation of AP Bren. If they slip up, it's going to be a devastating loss. Yeah. And we saw it from them and from multiple teams in the Philippines all across season 15. That they try to end it. It's 6,000 plus. It's the late game. Their tower's up. They dive. They think that they're okay. But you get it, because the 6,000 gold lead at this point doesn't really matter, because Omega are pretty stacked in items as well.
This is just what happens, right? We are in a point where everyone is on, what they call that? Critical mass.
Yeah.
Everyone's critical mass. Even if they're behind, it feels like everyone is on level.
Yep.
So they know that one slip up could really snowball really badly. Netsuki from 0-1 could easily turn 5-1.
Yeah. I've seen too many Beatrix users suddenly delete the opposing team.
Then you're going to get run over, basically, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So I guess those war flashbacks are happening right now for AP Bren.
Maybe.
That's happened to them so many times in the last season as well, where they were ahead by so much, and then they just lost the series altogether.
I think I'm going to give caveman analysis here. Throw bodies, hit tower. Bro, you can do it.
I think they can with Shizu just like so crazy right now.
Yeah.
I think they do have the power to do it.
Just James Pass, Aqua, X-Nova, Lord JM just have this like promise of loyalty of like, we are all going to fall.
Yeah.
But that means Shizu just gets to lock the tower and we're okay and we win.
AP Bren together strong.
Yeah, AP Bren together strong.
That's the idea of their lineup, right?
That should be it.
Together.
Again,
strong.
I cannot doubt why I can't understand why they're playing it so safely, but at this point, if you play safely all throughout the game, your opponent also reads that, and they can play around it.
Just go monkey, man.
Because we thought they were just so dive heavy, so it's weird to see them not diving.
Yeah, the problem is they've waited for so long that Omega, their 6K gold lead really doesn't matter now for AP Bren. Like, Omega can just turn it around already.
Come on, guys. Move. You gotta get that stick. You poke AP Bren, do something.
Oh. This is it.
And now it's AP Bren who might actually do something. The final stab doesn't land though, and now that's the counter. Tsunami Slam landed onto Lord JM, but the Veteran Airstrike is just being used, but gets cancelled for Youth Max. SOD will land as well. Shizu gets to find that it's onto James, but X-Nova and Aqua blocking the paths of the members of Omega who are trying to run away. That's an immortality pop for Super Yoshi, but James finds Aqua in exchange for Ryzen.
Okay, 1-for-1 trade. No jungle on the other side. AP Bren will be able to get this Lord without a problem. See, sometimes you just gotta go monkey. Just go for it.
Yeah, it looked really bad for a second, but then X-Nova was in front of Netsuki. Netsuki could not do anything, man.
Yeah, there are too many blade armors also on the side of AP Bren. Oh, wait. Tsunami Slam?
They still want to go for it. Penetrate gets dodged! Lord J, what a beautiful usage of the Vengeance, and now Haji gets deleted. Shizu's godlike. Two-man stun coming in from Lord JM, and now they're just trying to run away, but Netsuki has no way out! Gets to use the Wind of Nature, but that's not gonna save
for something that's not really tried and tested. Maybe Lord JM has hidden some training with
Okay.
this hero.
So they go for a fast clear, send the Benedetta in the mid lane so that they can pressure the Lapu-Lapu together.
Oh.
Good start, good initial rotation. X-Nova also didn't get taken out as he was deeply diving into the jungle of Omega to try and scatter up Ryzen. They're going to continue the aggression.
Here's Invade.
I see it now, okay.
I see the vision now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 3-man stun though, coming in from Haji. Might force AP Bren to back off a bit. So, I guess it's fast clear and constant invades that AP Bren wants to do, but there's just seemingly enough damage for Smart Omega to deal with it.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's very punishable here. Like, if you want to go in Omega's face, Omega does not mind. They don't care if you go in their face. You're going to get punched, literally, by a hero.
So
by Omega.
Yeah, AP Bren are hoping that they can take control of this game by Turtle 1 or Turtle 2 just by, okay, they get to clear their own jungle safely without that much of a problem. They'll bother the rotation of Omega, and then it might just get to the point where after a Turtle 1 or a Turtle 2, they're already invading into the purple buff, or just the jungle of Omega overall, meaning that they'll be able to take control of the game through there.
Yeah. So it's gonna be so important that AP Bren successfully get to do that for the first few objectives, because if not, then this is gonna be Smart Omega just doing their thing, and Ryzen is just so confident right now. So I think both teams were just gonna fight for this. That's a nice Petri fight coming in from Lord JM though. James still gets to dodge it nonetheless. That's a Thorn Rose that lands right into Lord JM, and it's a 2-man stun coming in from Super Yoshi as well. Ryzen definitely making things happen. Goes in for the double kill, and Shizo as well tries to find a trade with the Blazing Duet, but that's gonna be about it.
Whoa!
James Pack's barely surviving here, but he won't last up against 3.
Yeah, that was like watching a car crash in slow motion happening in our faces.
No, I'll be honest here. I know Shizo just wanted to focus on the farm, but I feel like he actually could have helped James Pass a little bit there. Although he did already use the Blazing Duet, and makes sense why he'd want to play it safe. At the end of it all, though, AP Bren still get to walk away with a turtle. They didn't even need James Pass to secure it. So maybe that raw sustain that they have through the Uranus jungle might just be one of the X factors that Omega need to watch out for. Because if you blow all your abilities at one go, yes, they got kills, yes, they got nice combos, but they still lost the objective at the end of the day.
So at the very end, like it's like your friend driving so fast, and you say you're complaining about it, but you know you didn't die.
Yeah,
They got there in the end.
You got there in the end. You got where you needed to go.
It's about sustaining and just prolonging things.
Basically catching all the skills, right? Because catching all the skills is working for this Uranus, at least so far. I don't know what this is going to look like later on.
That's
but yeah, I guess we'll see.
Oh, eye for an eye. Lord JM, Ryzen here to provide some help though. There's the retribution also used as well. Aqua goes in for the stun! And they find the outplay onto Ryzen.
Yo, Ryzen's gonna end up on the highlight reel, but it's not for him.
That's nasty, bro.
It's gonna be for Aqua. And there goes the Zaman Force. Are they actually gonna be able to take down James Panks though? Gets locked in by the fist break, fist crack. Might be an opening
Consecration
here for Smart Omega. Still no! We have the Dragon catches Super Yoshi. Haji barely surviving as well, and it's only Netsuki all alone here up top. It's James Pass is still alive after that.
Call an ambulance, but not for him.
He was a punching bag, but he really, again, exactly like Redmar mentioned, literally absorbed everything. And then the rest of the team just comes in and sweeps up everything.
Oh, Aqua's just so aggressive as well. Look at the rotations coming in, but Netsuki still surviving. Doesn't get to take down Shizu though. But, okay, now in this game, I feel like it's... I can't even finish what I was saying.
Surprise!
But I feel like in this game, it's Aqua and Lord JM who's, like, working hand in hand.
It's so good. Aqua just arrives right at the... when he's needed, right? He just arrives when you need a Farsa right there.
Yeah, a wizard is never late. He arrives just when he is needed. Pretty sure I butchered that quote, but you guys know what I mean.
That's right, from a very famous movie and a book.
Star Wars.
Star Wars,
AP
exactly.
Okay, let's see if they can pull off another crazy play here.
Wow, okay, fights happening all over the map!
for the turtle, so he saved his ionic edge to take it. James Banks, what are you on? The growth of this young man. From a very disappointing debut season in Season 15, he has been stellar this series.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. It's like watching some masters in motion here. Watching some people paint, someone painting so well. James Banks in the face of Omega, who seemed to be struggling to breathe.
Here he goes again. I mean, I know people would have preferred James Banks on the Assassin, but I'm enjoying this as well.
It's nice. This is nice.
This is okay. Like, it's not as passive as we would expect it to be, considering that it's James Banks. And they're all working together to pull off the entire idea from the very beginning of like just fast clears and rotations and invades of fast rotating heroes in the Benedetta and the Farsa.
Yeah. It's a different kind of menace. I think straight up, AP Brenner are also just outplaying and playing better than Omega, individually and as a team. Because Omega's gotten outplayed multiple times.
Oh, that's another way of the Dragon onto James, a tanky hero. Still has the flicker, but the Veteran Airstrike will be able to take him down. Haji has to reposition as well. He's very low, but there's another Salmon Force used by Netsky just to get away. They're trying to defend this tier 1 in mid as much as they can.
Ouch.
But AP Bren, they're just constantly looking for fights.
They're very happy, and James Banks is just walking in front. Lord JM hunting people down and forcing them to maybe basically run for their lives here, but not really doing anything to hurt them.
The fact that AP Bren is making it work, how they're making it work, is a testament to how well they're executing it. With just how good they are overall. The Lancelot is struggling. Aqua.
A little bit of a flex there.
The back and forth. AP Bren are just really freaking good right now.
Yep.
Top lane.
Ah, there's another fight. Netsky! He almost got something, but it still wasn't enough. Shizo still survives, not even using the Purify. And Lord JM now, he's just doing such a great job at managing all other sides of the map. The stun doesn't land on James, or on Aqua rather.
Netsky can't even walk out of the tower now.
Yeah, this Uranus only has what? A Dreadnought armor and a Radiant armor? That's it?
Whoa.
Apparently doing the job
And this
well
is what
enough.
he's doing?
Look at them. Haji right in front just... What is he doing? He's not even doing damage, bro.
You can't even feel the damage just yet. Ryzen all alone up against Aqua X Nova, and James Banks will just decide to puncture away.
That's nuts. And the fact that Lord JM also went for Blade of the Heptases and Sea Halberd.
Assassin type.
Yeah, pure assassin damage. Fast basic attacks.
Has an orange buff.
He has an orange buff.
What are you doing with the orange buff, man?
Bro, this AP Bren lineup is disgusting. And they are, again, it's not just, oh, no way. No way! No way!
That was close. That was close.
Not gonna happen twice in one game.
Yeah. Ryzen redeemed himself. He got a highlight.
Just
for
when you were
himself.
talking him up as well. Just when you were talking JM up, he does that. At this point, it's very classic now.
Oh.
But
Do something good, do something bad. Do something good, do something bad.
There's a pattern.
Mr. 50-50.
Fitty Fitty. Your new nickname is Fitty Fitty. Wait, sorry.
Okay.
Here we go, though.
Here we go again. They find another kick. It's Super Yoshi the catch who's taking down Ryzen. Phantom Execution, but still gets chased by James Banks. Thorngrow's already committed. There's the Salmon Force as well. But
James
they're still not able to take down the Uranus.
How?
I mean, how? Yeah.
How do you even take him down? The Radiant Armor and the Caress is really working well for him, especially against the Harif and the Kimmy.
I mean, it answers the two main damage profiles of Omega. Skill-based physical and continuous magic. Once he builds up maybe like an Oracle or an Athena Shield, you're not taking that down.
Look at Nova.
They don't have the Flicker front X Nova, but they don't need it. Ryzen will make his way to the objective, but will he be able to secure for his team? Gets to kill Shizo. Netsky as well, dealing enough damage, but Lord JM just goes in for the double kill. The Lord is secured by AP Bren, and James Banks picks up Netsky as well. Only Ryzen is left alone.
Yeah, man, Netsky could not play. I felt bad watching him play around this and trying to find an opening, not being given at all.
Also have to commend the initiation there by X-Nova. It was perfect. The conceal, the angle. They had the vision and the info on Lord JM, and he was just able to find it. He made that look easy. He's absorbing minion waves. this AP Brand team is exciting, folks.
Not been this excited about an AP Brent team in a while. They are on the road to a 2-0 here against Omega, who really dominated yesterday as well.
Oh, was that a Sea Halberd?
What a
But
kick!
wait! Another kick onto Ryzen though. Lord JM gets punished, however, and Super Yoshi finds up this break for scrap onto James Max, finally taking him down after so long.
Why is it when I say something good about a team, something bad happens?
You just talk them up and then they hear it, and then everything just falls apart.
This is what they call
Feels
the caster
bad.
course, I guess.
Shizu?
Another potential kill,
So
but
close.
Shizu gets to dodge it. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Should we not say anything?
Maybe we should just, not talk for like 10 minutes, and so this game just gets over with. But yeah.
Somewhere I hear LaFell just going, Renmar, just shut up. Like, you know what?
Shut up,
Okay,
man.
bro, I get it. I get it.
It just happens.
I miss you, LaFell. Hopefully you hear this.
Oh my goodness. It was going so well. Now the lead's like 2K? 2.9K?
It's basically gone. Basically gone,
It's
right?
gone. Was that a shutdown that they got even? It was on... I think you could consider it to be one, for sure. But right now, I feel like we shouldn't be paying much attention to the goal disparities anymore because like they've caught up.
Man, Assassin Benedetta, man.
I mean, so-
Scary.
Yeah, it's also still important to look at the items. So it's BOD, full damage build for the Benedetta, Athena Shield, BFB, Fury Hammer for the Lapu Lapu. If you look at the Claude, he actually went for the Winter Crown so that if he ever decides to go in with the Blazing Duet, because of the raw damage that Omega can actually dish out now, he can just stand there, Blazing Duet, and it's not going to get cancelled. So he's still doing his job, doing his damage, and providing a zone for Omega to be wary of.
And don't be mad, Jim. I feel like Tank Benedetta would work better for you at this
Nah, man, that doesn't fly with Mr. 50-50.
I know, man. Mr. 50-50.
I like it.
Oh, man. It's a good thing, guys. It's a good thing. Because way back then, don't be mad as well, there was like a nickname for Lord JM internally. We're not going to say that, obviously, here.
Okay,
But
okay.
it's a lot better. That one's a lot better for
Yeah, I like it. That's exciting because it's
exciting.
Is it heads or tails? You don't know where it's gonna land.
Gets people going.
I mean, yeah, gets the people going. No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
It's provocative.
Look at that. He has 4 kills and what? 4 deaths.
You're right. You're right.
No, trust me. Okay, the last sequence was what? A Lord JM fail. The next one's gonna be a success.
Okay.
He's gonna get a big petrify, electrify no blow. I'm gonna call it now.
Okay. Let's see if that happens.
Let's look for that.
Yeah, for now, they're paying a lot of attention to the long lanes. Wait, Aqua. I can't believe he's standing there.
Doing very good zoning.
All alone. Okay. Purify already forced out. That's what we were mentioning. So that's a major resource down for AP Brand right before
Brave
the
Spider.
objective. Bravest Spider and James
Oh, wait, look at
looking
James.
for
Wow.
Aqua.
What?
Now they know that he doesn't have the Purify nor the Wings by Wing. That's why they
Nova.
go for the commit. But that's the way of the Dragon. Will they have enough damage to deal with the kill though? Winter Crown gets taken down. Ryzen right after the Blazing Duet. Everything is going sideways now for AP Brand. Ryzen has an eye on James Banks and just in the blink of an eye.
One man on a mission, James.
Oh, man.
Bravest fighter Flicker. He didn't care about James Banks. He just wanted Aqua. And it was the right target, and AP Brand were forced to react. But Shizu was also not in the best place possible. He did use the Winter Crown play, but it just happened way too fast for AP Brand to adjust in the right way. And Omega, what a play. James Wick, a man on a mission.
James Wick. That is perfect. He literally ignored everyone. He passed by like 2 AP Bread members on the way to Aqua.
That is sheer freaking will.
That could not have happened if Aqua wasn't there.
That's true. He definitely flexed so hard. He used his Purify very early on, and James just knew what needed to be done.
Now they're finding the openings. Conceal already used though by Smart Omega. Traction pulls as well. Ryzen makes his way to Aqua once again. Forces out the Wings by Wings. But they will have plenty of time to at least focus on taking down the Lord. But Smart Omega take down the mid lane base turret already.
Oh,
Man, they are going to be scratching their heads so hard if they lose this one out just because of that one thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a massive deal. Other than Lord JM and Shizu, of course, the raw magic damage burst that comes out for the Farsa is actually one of the biggest problems for Omega for multiple sequences. And the fact that James was able to find that one out. And exactly, I don't even know if Omega knew just how out of position AP Bren were because of how deep Shizo actually was. And you can't blame Shizo being there. They were setting up their formation. No way in hell you're gonna expect James to just say, hey, can we just go for this? And it was the perfect target too.
Yeah, they're going to have to look for their targets here as we are heading into a point where it is Omega finally making some plays here and making themselves heard or known on the map.
Oh, they're trying to burst out James' pants. Winter Crown already committed blazing to it as well, and the Winter Crowns. But will Ryzen actually get to find the kill that they need? It seems like Smart Omega might actually make it happen. They take down Aqua and Dex Nova. The mid duo of AP Bren are gone.
James with a massive two-man stun again. The ultimate fighter showing up to work.
And there you go, Lord JM just evaporated Tinetsky. I don't think there's going to be anything else they can do against this 4-man of Omega right now.
Phantom execution in. James Max trying his best. They get to take down Ryzen, but they gain access to the base. And it seems like it's happening. We are actually going to a game number 3.
That was impressive. That was just out of nowhere, and that's the Omega. We are seeing in our eyes a big throwback to what they were in the previous forms.
They call the EXP laner of Omega the ultimate fighter. And with two massive bravest fighters catching Aqua and the key targets of AV Brand at the right time, just when no one expected that to happen, James, so they are going to be going standard with it.
So standard for Twisted Minds.
Joke
It's a
with the community
documented,
now,
it's a documented phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Because it actually changed the tide of the game.
It's a paranormal activity.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If only it happened once, right? But no.
Oh, Oheb getting
Look
the
at that.
first gold grab. That's super duper important here for Oheb.
Yep, especially going up against that Bruno, a stun on the jaw. JP takes a brunt of the damage from 3 sources, but still holds on. That reduction of damage under the turret helping him out.
Yeah.
A little bit of shielding as well coming in from the ejector will definitely be useful. But for now, it is going to be a bit of stalemate. We do see that Kelra is a little bit ahead, or at least going more forward here, maximizing that Bruno range.
This is interesting because I think that it should be Oheb that's leading when it comes to the gold. But Keller leads the XP. And I'm only saying this because of that gold grab. That is actually a mini objective in this lane.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see, obviously, nice attempt on the top side. Just the gut check to see if Sanford is on his toes.
Yeah.
Mr. Finals MVP himself.
So far, it seems like Onyx is going to get the first start here at the turtle. Cartesi already forced to use the electrifying beats. Slow and steady is Liquid, but Onyx are hell-bent on getting this first turtle without that much of a problem, and it goes to the hands of King Kong. JP gets stunned up, fist crack, everything thrown at the roamer. JP gets a flicker away. Sanji still fighting out because Sanford throws a curtain call. Brusco gets brought up, but Brusco gets away. And Team Liquid Philippines looks like they'll be able to find a trade through Kirk. First blood for JP.
All right, so we got a bit of an advantage here. You have one of the keys to victory already checked off, but they gave away a kill.
And what's important here is that Brusco seems to not have forgotten the matchup of the highlights at the joint, was able to outplay with the stun. However, Kirk unfortunately got dragged down twice, and that was actually Ejector as well as the Zushin lift. And that's a difficult scenario to be in, and we know for sure that Kirk didn't have the flicker during that moment. That was a first turtle fight that Onyx kind of lost in a way because I guess the EXP as well as the gold from kills, especially on an XP lane, matters in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and after that, Team Liquid Philippines were also able to get a camp in the bottom part of the jungle for King Kong. They have a 600 gold lead. So yeah, it's like a soft loss, though not too big of a win by Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely got a little bit of gold, but it's still Onyx who are ahead, at least in the bush check category here. You don't want to face that if you're TLPH, at least not now.
Well, we know that Onyx strength lies in the early game, and it seems like there's a little bit of a double lane maneuver there coming out from Onyx, helping Kelra out, and then even Brusco guarding this retreat coming out from Kelra's JP.
JP's in front.
You know, he actually denied literally 1 minion because of that, and that matters. Like an inch of an advantage between these two gold laners matters so much.
And that's what you expect when you're seeing some of the best teams in the world fight it out here in the Philippines. It's a game of inches. That's why it's important to be Ocho Gahaba.
That's right. like, is that inches or feet? At this point, it feels like it's feet for
Yeah.
Ocho G. And, you know, we're gonna see. Sorry, that's not inhumanly impossible.
Yeah, that is.
So here's turtle number 2. How important is this one, though?
Yeah, this is as important as the first one in a way where it's more about the hero kills, and it's not like whoever gets the retribution of the turtle automatically like gets the advantage or the tempo. It's whoever wins the post turtle fight.
The turn.
Yeah. Both of these two teams both very good at the turn right now as King Kong pulls his beetle away. JP already second skill out, should be coming back relatively quickly. Keller in a good spot. Brusco already brings out the glorious pathway. That's going to be a stun, and everything's thrown at Sanford. And the Explainer gets taken out, but Carl TZ is here. He doesn't secure. It's actually Brusco who gets the turtle, and Carl TZ, JP, and the rest of Liquid have to run.
That was so good. Did you see that Super Friends reposition?
Yeah.
Just refuses to give up that feathered airstrike.
Still fighting it out. JP takes a lot of damage as Onic will be able to break down the mid lane turret of Liquid in 5 minutes. Liquid traded out up top, but it is a favorable trade for Onic in the middle.
It's a favorable trade because that's their MO in this particular game. They want to take the neutral objectives first because they have the Bruno. They want to siege as fast as possible, and getting a turtle and then a turret with a kill on top of it, that actually makes their tempo really good. However, because of what OHEB decided to do with this split push, Tailmage still holds on to the lead.
Glorious pathway, JP gets spotted out. He tosses Brusco, but right away the feathered airstrike by Super Friends, keeping the members of Team Liquid at bay. Sanji shows himself in front of them. Kirk takes a brunt of the crowd control and damage, but Liquid will not go for the heavy contest and chase onto Kirk.
Yep, Onyx's game plan definitely got messed up a little bit there, but they seem to be holding steady. Again, if Keller, as long as Keller is still alive, looks like they are still going to keep that fight going. Brusco making sure that he doesn't go down, but again, they're going to get forced back. It's 4-man for TL.
And seems like what TLPH is doing is to develop an allergy against minions, because that's what they're literally doing right now. They're fast clearing the minion wave. Then right after that, they are forcing the issue against Onic. You can see like JP just standing in front of Onic, like just being really aggressive.
Carl uses the electrifying beats to help clear the middle minion wave. Team Liquid cannot seem to find a big opening against Onic right now, who so far has been able to break Liquid apart slowly in these team fights by throwing everything they have at Sanford right away when they see him.
Yeah, I think at this point it feels like they kind of accept the fact that we're not going to win a team fight here. We might have to split. Sanji!
No, he's going to be able to get away. No feathered airstrike. Burn Carl TZ sees Keller. He's going to burn him down. Oh, the stun, the slide tackle. Stopping the flow of Carl TZ in that fight, and it looks like Onic are going to get all 3 turtles for this game number 1.
And the good thing about here for Onyx is that they're not overreacting to the split push. They're okay by trailing behind by 1,000 gold, because what really happens is that King Kong is farming anyways, and Kelra as well. So this gold lead from TLPH is more about the other players of Onyx. So Kelra and King Kong, they're okay. So this is, you know, it is 1,000 gold lead, but it doesn't really mean that much. Like, if you're looking at the gold right now, like, it's pretty even between like the Moscow and the Bruno, and obviously this Lancelot and the Joy. Only 400 gold ahead.
It's like an equilibrium has been reached here, and we might see a tipping point very, very soon, depending on who actually messes up. But no one is actually committing any major mistakes here.
Yes, Sanford whittles King Kong down low as Carl TZ has actually stolen away the orange buff of King Kong. So again, the game of inches. They're building advantages slowly because they're not winning in the fights, but Liquid are trying to win it through map control. But good balance by Onic to send Keller up top.
I think that was the big, you know, the breaking point, I would say, between the leads. I think now Carl TZ is leading versus King Kong.
Hey, they spot him out. Curtin Call already dropped down, but look at the discipline between the two. Kirk spots out Sanji, throws out the fist crack, and Super Friends with a feathered airstrike to back him up, but it's not going to be able to take him down. Sanford takes a lot of damage. He gets stunned down, locked down, and everything in between. Kelra takes down Sanford, and Liquid back off yet again. Focus on Sanford. It seems like it's a very clear game plan for Onic every time they spot him.
And what an exchange, what a rally between the two teams. One makes a move and another, you know, answers right back with even a spike or even just a short ball, even if it's still flicker. Dodges coming out from, ult dodges coming out from Sanji, but then Sanford getting taken out. The battle of the golden rivalry is just about like making the moves right after doing one.
Again, minimum mistakes being committed here. I would like to remind you that was kill number 3 at 9 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
but there were so many close calls.
So
right?
many
There's
close
so many
calls.
plays that's happening.
It's like physically they're in Manila, mentally they're all still in Riyadh. Like still they're thinking, it's like, we're still in MSC, guys, we can't mess up. Guys, relax, it's only week 1 of PH. Wait, we're back home?
This feels like a free million USD game. I know,
that's right.
I know what you mean.
That's right. It's like so I think the champion of MSC is like 1 million and then 500K for the second placer, right?
yeah.
So that is what the gravity of this best of 3 series feels like.
Conceal of JP gets spotted out. Onyx going ahead to rush that Lord. Carl TZ close by. Who's going to be able to win the Retribution battle? It's King Kong! SOD connects though. Here comes Oheb. He joins in. Brusco takes a lot of damage, but Kelra, the damage of this Bruno! He slide tackles forward. He finds JP. He finds Sanji. That's 2. Kurt with the wall.
Oh my
Kurt with the
God.
stun. Kelra with a kill. Triple kill for the Savage. He's going after Oheb, but Super Friends finds Sanford.
And that was really the defining fight of this game. That Lord fight that Onyx Philippines have won with Kelra. Won a little bit of a fadeaway with a side tackle and then flicker in to get 3 kills. And obviously you did not see him from the fight, but Super Fritz was able to outplay Sanford afterwards with the help of King Kong. And then Kirk, landing that block.
Sanjay gets taken down. Kelra with another kill. 5 kills for the gold standard.
And they're not done. They're still going. I don't think they want to finish this right now.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway, JP taking a burst damage, 1,000 per hit, and Kirk with the combo. The tower falls and Karatizi can only try and deal damage as King Kong secures the kill out to Sanford. Onyx are already looking to end it here. Only 3 members of Liquid, but the Lords marching up top.
Ouch. That's all I can say. We still have a Lord on top side. They need to deal with this.
That is the 3rd item Malefic gun coming out from Keller. That's why he's able to attack from behind the wall.
Really good distance.
Really good.
He's maximizing the flickers, the slide tackles really well. And I think at this point, Team Liquid Philippines have not mentally adjusted to what you just brought up. The fact that there's already a Malefic gun on this Bruno.
Yeah, there's just so much that they need to answer. The shift is also so sudden. It feels like Kelra's untouchable here. How do they actually deal with this? They have to sacrifice so much to be able to reach this Bruno.
Well, for TLPH, I think the clear win condition for them that's left now is the split push, which it seems like Onyx are, like I said earlier, they're not overreacting. They're allowing Oheb to go for the split push, go for the spear, even the SOD. Even if it connects, they don't overreact. They don't just jump onto the Moscow.
Oh, that's loud.
And now we're back in a little bit of a quiet moment, but Onyx Philippines are already preparing for the second Lord.
Yeah, that second Lord is going to be so crucial now. Now, if the first Lord did this much damage, imagine how the next one will, especially with a complete lineup for Onyx. So they need to kind of just make it strike the balance, they need to contest this. No way that TLPH doesn't contest this next one.
Right now,
Look at the little bit of freeze here coming out from Onyx. They're not fast clearing the waves. They're actually using their feathered airstrike on the heroes at TLPH. But after that now, with 11 seconds left before the Lord respawning, they have prepared.
Looks like the prep's all done, and looks like they can actually just ride these minion waves to victory if they want to.
almost fully built already for Kelra. Already has the Magic Blade, so on the way to the Rose Gold Meteor, gonna help him if ever Carl TZ does get to him. The sheer damage of this Bruno just might mean that JP actually uses the concealer. They're gonna close the gap. Brusco gets the brunt of the crowd control and all the damage. They're trying to take him down, but Sanford takes a lot. King Kong takes the Lord. Kelra takes down Sanford. While Carl TZ and JP Sanji trying to get away. Kelra flickers forward. Double kill for the gold standard. JP down, OF down, and that is a wipeout for Onyx. That is game for Onyx Philippines.
With conviction, Onyx Philippines finishes off at 13 minutes. Very impressive game and a good start for the Sonics.
Bruno as well as the Badang in the EXP lane, they can go fast.
Welcome
And that's what they need to do so far. Two checkboxes ticked.
Yep. Let's see if they can accelerate this even further as TLPH are going to be facing off against a Bruno on the bottom side of the map. Let's go with game number 1 and see what's up here.
Exactly what Wolf mentioned earlier about the leash. You actually see the Jawhead leashing for the Joy at the orange pit. So a little bit faster rotation. Hopefully we don't see a JP moment of accidentally stealing the buff. We will not.
Why you have to bring that up again?
No, because it's a clear running joke.
It's
with
a
the community
documented,
now, yeah.
it's a documented phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Because it actually changed the tide of the game.
It's a paranormal activity.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If only it happened once, right? But no.
Oh, Oheb getting
Look
the
at that.
first gold grab. That's super duper important here for Oheb.
Yep, especially going up against that Bruno, a stun on the jaw. JP takes a brunt of the damage from 3 sources, but still holds on. That reduction of damage under the turret helping him out.
Yeah.
A little bit of shielding as well coming in from the ejector will definitely be useful. But for now, it is going to be a bit of stalemate. We do see that Kelra is a little bit ahead, or at least going more forward here, maximizing that Bruno range.
This is interesting because I think that it should be Oheb that's leading when it comes to the gold. But Kelra leads the XP. And I'm only saying this because of that gold grab. That is actually a mini objective in this lane.
Yeah, for sure. And we're going to see, obviously, nice attempt on the top side. Just a bit of the gut check to see if Sanford is on his toes.
Yeah.
Mr. Finals MVP himself.
So far, it seems like Onyx is going to get the first start here at the turtle. Karteezy already forced to use the electrifying beats. Slow and steady is Liquid, but Onyx are hell-bent on getting this first turtle without that much of a problem, and it goes to the hands of King Kong. JP gets stunned up, fist crack, everything thrown at the roamer. JP gets a flicker away. Sanji still fighting out because Sanford throws a curtain call. Brusco gets brought up, but Brusco gets away. And Team Liquid Philippines looks like they'll be able to find a trade through Kirk. First blood for JP.
All right, so we got a bit of an advantage here. You have one of the keys to victory already checked off, but they gave away a kill.
And what's important here is that Brusco seems to not have forgotten the matchup of the highlights at the joint, was able to outplay with the stun. However, Kirk unfortunately got dragged down twice, and that was actually Ejector as well as the Zushin lift. And that's a difficult scenario to be in, and we know for sure that Kirk didn't have the flicker during that moment. That was a first turtle fight that Onyx kind of lost in a way because I guess the EXP as well as the gold from kills, especially on an XP lane, matters in the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, and after that, Team Liquid Philippines were also able to get a camp in the bottom part of the jungle for King Kong. They have a 600 gold lead. So yeah, it's like a soft loss, though not too big of a win by Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely got a little bit of gold, but it's still Onyx who are ahead, at least in the bush check category here. You don't want to face that if you're TLPH, at least not now.
Well, we know that Onyx strength lies in the early game, and it seems like there's a little bit of a double lane maneuver there coming out from Onyx, helping Kelra out, and then even Brusco guarding this retreat coming out from Kelra's JP.
JP's in front.
You know, he actually denied literally 1 minion because of that, and that matters. Like an inch of an advantage between these two gold laners matters so much.
And that's what you expect when you're seeing some of the best teams in the world fight it out here in the Philippines. It's a game of inches. That's why it's important to be Ocho Gahaba.
That's right. And that's like, is that inches or feet? At this point, it feels like it's feet for Ocho G. You know, we're gonna see. Sorry, that's not inhumanly impossible.
That is
so here's turtle number 2. How important is this one, though?
Yeah, this is as important as the first one in a way where it's more about the hero kills, and it's not like whoever gets the retribution of the turtle automatically gets the advantage or the tempo. It's whoever wins the post-turtle fight.
The turn.
Yeah. Both of these two teams both very good at the turn right now as King Kong pulls his beetle away. JP already second skill out, should be coming back relatively quickly. Kelra in a good spot. Brusco already brings out the glorious pathway. That's going to be a stun, and everything thrown at Sanford. And the Expelator gets taken out, but Karteezy is here. He doesn't secure. It's actually Brusco who gets the turtle, and Karteezy, JP, and the rest of Liquid have to run.
That was so good. Did you see that Super Friends reposition?
Yeah.
Just refuses to give up that feathered airstrike.
Still fighting it out. JP takes a lot of damage as Onyx will be able to break down the mid lane turret of Liquid in 5 minutes. Liquid traded out up top, but it is a favorable trade for Onyx in the middle.
It's a favorable trade because that's their MO in this particular game. They want to take the neutral objectives first because they have the Bruno. They want to siege as fast as possible, and getting a turtle and then a turret with a kill on top of it, that actually makes their tempo really good. However, because of what Oheb decided to do with this split push, TLPH still holds on to the lead.
Lord's pathway, JP gets spotted out. Although he tosses Brusco, but right away the feathered airstrike by Super Friends, keeping the members of Team Liquid at bay. Sanji shows himself in front of them. Kirk takes the brunt of the crowd control and damage, but Liquid will not go for the heavy contest and chase onto Kirk.
Yep, Onyx's game plan definitely got messed up a little bit there, but they seem to be holding steady. Again, if Kelra, as long as Kelra is still alive, looks like they are still going to keep that fight going. Brusco making sure that he doesn't go down, but again, they're going to get forced back. It's a 4-man for TL.
And seems like what TLPH is doing is to develop an allergy against minions, because that's what they're literally doing right now. They're fast clearing the minion wave. Then right after that, they are forcing the issue against Onyx. You can see like JP just standing in front of Onyx, like just being really aggressive.
Carl uses the electrifying beats to help clear the middle minion wave. Team Liquid cannot seem to find a big opening against Onyx right now, who so far has been able to break Liquid apart slowly in these team fights by throwing everything they have at Sanford right away when they see him.
Yeah, I think at this point it feels like they kind of accept the fact that we're not going to win a team fight here. We might have to split. Sanji!
Oh, he's going to be able to get away. No feathered airstrike. Burn Cloud easy. Sees Kelra. He's going to burn him down. Oh, the stun, the slide tackle. Stopping the flow of Carl TZ in that fight, and it looks like Onyx are going to get all 3 turtles for this game number 1.
And the good thing about here for Onyx is that they're not overacting to the split push. They're okay by trailing behind by 1,000 gold, because what really happens is that King Kong is farming anyways, and Kelra as well. So this gold lead from TLPH is more about the other players of Onyx. So Kelra and King Kong, they're okay. So this is, you know, it says 1,000 gold lead, but it doesn't really mean that much. Like, if you're looking at the gold right now, it's pretty even between like the Moscow and the Bruno, and obviously this Lancelot and the Joy. Only 400 gold ahead.
It's like an equilibrium has been reached here, and we might see a tipping point very, very soon, depending on who actually messes up. But no one is actually committing any major mistakes here.
Yeah, Sanford whittles King Kong down low as Carl TZ has actually stolen away the orange buff of King Kong. So again, the game of inches. They're building advantages slowly because they're not winning in the fights, but Liquid are trying to win it through map control. But good balance by Onyx to send Kelra up top.
Yeah, I think that was the big, you know, the breaking point, I would say, between the leads. I think now Carl TZ is leading versus King Kong.
Hey, they spot them out. Curtin Call already dropped down, but look at the discipline between the two. Kurt spots out Sanji, throws out the fist crack, and Super Friends with a feathered airstrike to back him up, but it's not going to be able to take him down. Sanford takes a lot of damage. He gets stunned down, locked down, and everything in between. Kelra takes down Sanford, and Liquid back off yet again. Focus on Sanford. It seems like it's a very clear game plan for Onyx every time they spot him.
And what an exchange, what a rally between the two teams. One makes a move and another, you know, answers right back with even a spike or even just a short ball, even if it's so flicker. Dodges coming out from, ult dodges coming out from Sanji, but then Sanford getting taken out. The battle of the golden rivalry is just about like making the moves right after doing one.
Again, minimum mistakes being committed here. I would like to remind you that was kill number 3 at 9 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
but there were so many close calls,
so
right?
many close calls.
Plays that's happening.
It's like physically they're in Manila, mentally they're all still in Riyadh. Like still they're thinking, it's like, we're still in MSC, guys. We can't mess up. Guys, relax. It's only week 1 of PH. Wait, we're back home?
This feels like a $3 million USD game.
That's right.
I know what you mean.
That's right. It's like, you know, so I think the champion of MSC is like $1 million and then 500K for the second placer, right?
Yeah.
So that is what the gravity of this best of 3 series feels like.
Conceal of JP gets spotted out. Onyx going ahead to rush that Lord. Carl TZ close by. Who's going to be able to win the Retribution battle? It's King Kong! SOD connects though. Here comes Oheb. He joins in. Brusco takes a lot of damage, but Kelra, the damage of this Bruno! He slide tackles forward. He finds JP. He finds Sanji. That's 2. Kurt with the wall.
Oh my
Kurt with the stun. Kelra with a kill. Triple kill for the Savage. He's going after Oheb, but Super Friends find Sanford.
And that was really the defining fight of this game. That Lord fight that Onyx Philippines have won with Kelra. One a little bit of a fadeaway with a side tackle and then flicker in to get 3 kills. And obviously you did not see him from the fight, but Super Friends was able to outplay Sanford afterwards with the help of King Kong. And then Kirk, you know, landing that block.
Sanji gets taken down. Kelra with another kill! 5 kills for the gold standard!
And they're not done. They're still going. I don't think they want to finish this right now.
Yeah, Glorious Pathway, JP taking a perfect damage, 1,000 per hit, and Kirk with the combo! The tower boss and Kratisi can only try and deal damage as King Kong secures the kill out to Sanford. Onyx are already looking to end it here. Only 3 members of Liquid, but the Lord's marching up top.
Ouch. That's all I can say. We still have Lord on top side. They need to deal with this.
That is the third item Malefic Gun coming out from Keller. That's why he's able to attack from behind the wall.
Really good distance.
Really good.
He's maximizing the flickers, the slide tackles really well. And I think at this point, Team Liquid Philippines have not mentally adjusted to what you just brought up. The fact that there's already a Malefic Gun on this Bruno.
Yeah, there's just so much that they need to answer. The shift is also so sudden.
Yep.
It feels like Kelra's untouchable here. How do they actually deal with this? They have to sacrifice so much to be able to reach this Bruno.
Well, for TLPH, I think the clear win condition for them that's left now is the split push, which it seems like Onyx are, like I said earlier, they're not overreacting. They're allowing Oheb to go for the split push, go for the spear, even the SOD. Even if it connects, they don't overreact. They don't just jump onto the Moskov.
Oh, that's loud.
And now we're back in a little bit of a quiet moment, but Onyx Philippines are already preparing for the second Lord.
Yeah, that second Lord is going to be so crucial now. Now, if the first Lord did this much damage, imagine how the next one will, especially with a complete lineup for Onyx. So they need to kind of just make it strike the balance, they need to contest this. No way that TLPH doesn't contest this next one.
Yeah, right now.
Look at the little bit of freeze here coming out from Onyx. They're not fast clearing the waves. They're actually using their feathered airstrike on the heroes of TLPH. But after that now, with 11 seconds left before the Lord respawning, they have prepared.
Looks like the prep's all done, and looks like they can actually just ride these minion waves to victory if they want to.
Almost fully built already for Kelra. Already has the Magic Blade, so on the way to the Rose Gold Meteor, gonna help him if ever Kratisi does get to him. The sheer damage of this Bruno just might mean that JP actually uses the concealer. They're gonna close the gap. Brusco gets the brunt of the crowd control, and all the damage are trying to take him down, but Sanford takes a lot. King Kong takes the Lord. Kelra takes down Sanford, while Kratisi and JP Sanji trying to get away. Kelra flickers forward! Double kill for the gold standard! JP down, Oheb down, and that is a wipeout for Onyx. That is game for Onyx Philippines.
With conviction, Onyx Philippines finishes off at 13 minutes. Very impressive game. And a good start for the Sonics.
The first key to victory for Onyx was to not draft farm heavy cores or greedy cores. I mean, Lancet's pretty greedy, but if you have the Bruno and as well as Badang on your side lanes, they pick up
I like that Claude, yeah.
What if Onyx go for something like Edith? Because they need a bit more magic damage. It can't just be the Selena though, right?
So that's the Claude.
There's the Claude.
Okay, for
So
TLPH.
it's XP is the last pick for Onyx here for sure.
Dude, I hope they pick
not
up
yet.
the Grok. I hope they just show the Grok. But for TLPH, they're going to be looking for a solid mid laner here that's not scared of the Lance as well as the Claude, which is in this case of Valentina. It's just good. And I'm sure that Sanji plays the Kagura as well, which we saw has been picked up against the Selena. Works well against this Lancelot as well.
Yeah, we're throwing it back with Selena's and Kagura's becoming one of the main trades at the center of the map.
Oh, how about a Phobius for TLPH?
In the EXP lane.
Oh, Lapu-Lapu, obviously.
There's Lapu.
There it is.
And
Valentina. All right, you have an option here for the Esmeralda for Onyx. Just so much chance against Harriet and Lapu-Lapu, but they pick up the Phobius. And in this case, because they picked up the Valentina instead, what really went to the mind of Onyx was there's no way somebody is killing this Phobius in the early stages of the game.
That's true. I think it's going to be farm mode for TLPH, at least for the first few minutes of the game. And then just wait for someone to make a miracle, like a good catch by a Lapu-Lapu Bravest Fighter, or maybe a Valentina Terrify that can get comboed very well.
Yeah, Onyx really gonna Onyx can definitely set the tempo here with Team Liquid Philippines. If they are a little bit too aggressive with some trades early on, it's not gonna go well for them. I think they have to double down on the idea that as much as possible, just get farm for Carl TZ as fast as possible.
There you go. So let's load up into game number 2 here. And again, it's TLPH's backs against the wall against an Onyx Philippines that seems to be really hell-bent on revenge, or at least a little bit of a comeback for everything that happened in MSC. So let's see if that's going to materialize here, at least for game number 2.
What I really like about this draft is that both teams just try to outplay one another, and they look like they have both solid pickups for their compositions. It's a 5v5, and it's going to be down to the execution. There's no actual outdraft that happened between the two teams.
True.
You could see good conditions for both, clear conditions for both. It's just who's going to be able to do it a little bit better. Usually in these scenarios, you also look at how well the EXP lane is getting managed because of who can hit level 4 first, who's doing a little bit better for the first turtle. Sanji and Rusco spot each other out. First damage initially onto the high loss, but traded out. Super Friends dishes damage onto Sanji's Valentina.
Yeah, they kind of know that every bit of aggression, every bit of pressure you can put on Carl TZ will slow him down by a little bit of a percentage. And that's going to matter so much at the grand scale of things.
What was that play coming out from Sanford? What is...
Did he end up under the tower? Yeah. He ended up under the tower of Onyx instead.
That's interesting because I think that he was afraid that there was a little bit of lane manipulation coming out from Kirk, that he might miss on 1 minion waves. That's why he kind of risked his life. But how about that? King Kong getting so much damage, but RTZ is going to even up.
Yeah, forced out the flicker from him. Sanji does get to build the tough boots. So I think Sanford just needs to chill out a little bit with how he's handling it against Kirk. But yeah, clearly Kirk does have an advantage over him. So Kirk's been doing things right, which is why Sanford's been desperate to get minion waves.
Wild.
Oh. This is good for Onyx. They can go invade into the jungle. Kirk can be able to find out JP stuns him. But Onyx are just holding. They're waiting for the turtle. They're not too greedy. But the Philippines are looking at up top as Sanji and Sanford want to hit level 4. But it looks like King Kong is going to get this turtle with no problem. Carl TZ is going after the purple buff. And he is on his way out of there. He steals it away.
I'm very happy to go for it and deal with it the way he knows how. Carl TZ getting some, just a little bit of consolation prize as well.
I wouldn't say that's a consolation. Actually, when in an assassin versus assassin kind of battle, you kind of want to preserve your purple buff. And Carl TZ also leaves the small buff to kind of delay the respawn of the buff. So as added salt to the injury.
Yeah, for assassin carries in the early game, the purple is a turtle.
Yep, I agree.
Purple is a turtle.
Yes.
There you go. Redmar 2025.
Yeah, and, you know what TLPH also achieved from that is they mitigated that EXP lane disadvantage from Sanford, because it didn't matter that they did not have enough EXP on Sanford, because what they did was just trade. They did not contest the first turtle, so they're cutting their losses and in fact won some.
Leading to wet. Oheb under his own Zaman Force. Kellera gets a lot of damage out onto Oheb. Pops the regen. Carl TZ trying to move forward, not going to be able to get hits on the tower as much. He also gets the gold crab and he gets on out of there. Information though for Onyx. Top side, Sanford and Kirk going at each other. Kellera still going after Oheb. And Oheb struggling in lane against his Claude.
There you go.
Oh, Sanford getting timed on King Kong and Kirk. It's a different KK, but they get the FB. First blood for Onyx. Bruce going to mid, almost became the trade, but he gets away.
I could have sworn that was a letter K that he drew there for King Kong. Signed his name up top. How much dashes was able to do. And even Rico's out because he knows that the turret shields will go out anyway. So that's maximizing your potential as the Lancelot.
Yeah, and you see the MVP of the grand finals of MSC. 2 games in a row now. He's been the main focus of Onyx Philippines. They do not deny any longer just how much pressure and how much weight Sanford brings to the Team Liquid Philippines playstyle, that now he's become the focus. Hunter Strike already for Carl TZ, second turtle of the game. It's just going to be a heavy contest. Carl TZ close by. King Kong getting his purple buff. Oheb within the wings. Brusco, a stun onto Sanford. Glorious pathway. They're going after Sanford yet again. Oheb is here with the Zaman Force. Hasn't brought it down just yet. Now he does. And the damage from Team Liquid Philippines is too much for Onyx Philippines to handle. But Kellera has taken down Sanford, while Oheb and JP. Put work onto Kelra.
Oh,
Double
boy.
kill. Will it be a triple? He gets stunned, JP, but it's a bag for Oheb. He gets 3. He gets Kelra, and the Tariff is now unlocked.
That is huge stonks here. Obviously, it looked really bad for TLPH at first, but man, with that triple,
Missile arrow. Oheb gets hit. Super
Oh!
Fringe flicker forward.
Shut
it becomes
down.
a trade. King Kong spots Sanji. Thorn Rose puncture. Sanji survives.
That was great, definitely to see. But then again, TLPH have definitively won that turtle fight. Not only did they get that retribution steal against King Kong, but they also managed to get the important takedowns. And we know for sure that it's really difficult to kind of contest with the Yizen Chin, against the Yizen Chin, I mean, which is, we are going to see. And Oheb just freely hitting from the back lines. There's no answer. The counter goes for the BMI back. Maybe not seeing Oheb as well as JP in there.
Yeah.
If he had seen that Oheb was actually there dancing, he probably will not pop that BMI. But then he fell to the trap and he gets taken out instead.
yeah, very smart of Onyx as well to wait for the BMI to materialize and not push forward too much.
Okay. Things have slowed down just a little bit after all that action for that objective. Both purple
Yeah.
buffs getting focused on now. First by the 2 junglers.
Yeah. Actually, a little bit of lead. There's actually no lead at all at this point.
Yeah.
But now the important items come into play. And Selena with the glowing wand, this is what you definitely need. And for anyone who's watching right now, please, 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 if you're a mid laner, don't go enchanted talisman first. Get the glowing wand. It matters in the first few
Yeah.
fights.
Who enchanted
Son, come on, bro.
A lot.
I don't.
I don't believe you. No.
Everybody does. Come on.
Yeah, I do. I want to cool down.
No.
Of course. Even I do.
Oh, Glorious Pathway.
Here we
2
go.
Glorious Pathways actually get brought out there, and the fight has gotten split up. King Kong trying to join in, and Team Liquid Philippines have taken down Super Frizz, but Super Frizz has taken down Carl Teasy. Trade favorable for Onyx, but look at Oheb and his Zaman Force.
Kelra doing work.
Counter doing work. He's focusing on the turret. King Kong is here. The turtle. It doesn't look like Team Liquid Philippines will be able to heavily contest this unless they tow us all the damage. And Kelra with a blazing duet to find Oheb. A double kill for the gold standard.
Looks like he's not committing the same mistake twice
Bang.
in a row. And there you go.
What? Thorn Rose. King Kong puncture through the beetle. Sanford. Thorn Rose
my
again. King Kong.
He saw that Sanford overplayed it. Sanford predicted the jump, but instead he went for the thorn rose, stayed in one place, touched so much.
It's like he can see the future,
Oh
bro.
my God!
Oh my goodness.
This is the months of training of chess from King Kong.
Unbelievable.
Knowing what, being 2 steps, 3 steps ahead.
You know, for a moment I thought my brain was broken with everything that happened.
Oh
there.
my God!
This is peak. It's like I'm watching 10 Magnus Carlsens.
Oh my God!
But an
King Kong.
MLPP. Okay, wait. Concealed gets stopped. Actually, spotted out by Kirk.
Jumping
and here
back
comes
in.
Bruce go. Kirk jumping on everyone under the Zaman Force of Oheb. Too much pressure for Oheb. He's gonna get tossed up. Here comes the AOG. Look at Kirk zoning out the damage. Carl Teasy takes down Kirk though. Sanford gets Brusco. And the 2 members of Onyx down. Team Liquid Philippines have turned it around.
Big turnaround here for TLPH. Man, oh man. That lead suddenly evaporated. TLPH are now on the front.
And Kirk overheating definitely that case. Being outplayed by Owen with that flicker as well. And now that actually allowed TLPH to breathe once again and get the important goal, important items. 2 items now for Oheb at 6K. And he actually overtook Kelra's Claude now when it comes to the farm.
Yeah, you can't even fault Kirk for getting taken down there because the members of Onyx were trying to help Kirk out. It's just they were stopped. Brusco again. Let's see if they'll be better for Onyx this time around. They collapse onto everyone. Sanji gets taken out. Here comes Kelra and the rest of Onyx Philippines and blazing duet. Yet again, Carl Teasy. He's getting focused down and he gets taken down by Kirk. Kirk underneath the tower though becomes the trade. Sanford in the back. Here comes the MVP of EWC. Brusco gets slapped down and gets taken out by 40. 2 for 2. Liquid and Onyx are putting on a clinic. Super Fritz finds Oheb, but Oheb found Super Fritz at the wrong spot in the wrong time.
Slapped literally slapping each other at this point.
Oh, this is the matchup that we want. Everybody just dashing forward, outplaying each other, going in for the jump even when your goal there, your jungler is out. And you would think that Onyx already had the lead during that moment. Sanford comes in, saves the day, and then OHEB finishes up a kill on Super Prince. All of a sudden, TLPH are now primed to take this Lord.
5 members against 5. Super Friends still on the way back. Team Liquid Philippines have started it off first. Brusco and Kirk have the info. One glorious pathway to cut through. No flickers for Kirk or Super Friends. Flickers on the board for Team Liquid. If Kirk and Friends fight, it's all in. And all in now. But this is the Philippines, and before we fight, we dance first. We tango until our legs are tired.
And let's see if their legs are going to get tired here. Keller definitely timing those BMIs better here this time around.
Yeah, the advantage for Onyx is Abyssal Traps and Abyssal Arrows. Brusco
already forcing out. Oh, the revitalizing use the glorious pathway.
It's a feint.
It's a feint. He thought they wanted to fight King Kong. He should be careful here. And big spells out.
Quietly, there was a push from the bottom lane because of that slow push that was built by TLPH.
The minion wave of the bot might become the kicker here. JP gets stopped. Sanju with his own glorious pathway decide to fight Sanford, diving to the back. King Kong still gets the Lord. Brusco left behind. Sanford finds King, but King takes down Sanford. Kirk trying to hold on. The damage, will it be enough? Keller has a blazing duet, but he's not going to commit it. JP gets caught out by Keller and King. But Sanjay finds the Phobius. Fight after fight. King Kong stands tall.
He's still going, and the King Kong is now getting chased up here. Super Prince is on the flank. Arrow slows down OHEB, but the chase is still on. Sanji and King Kong, what's it going to look like? We got Lord on the backup, but will you actually help? It's the dodge, and the King Kong still going forward. He is still alive! How is this possible?
Oh! He gets away! OHEB gets hit by Super Friends! OHEB still dashing! Friends lives! And Friends flickers out! OHEB, he sidesteps! He sidesteps the Abyssal Arrow!
What?
No moment to catch our breath as Team Liquid and Onyx take every moment we can breathe away from us.
Oh.
But Liquid are still breathing. Onyx are slowly choking the life out of them though. With outplay after outplay.
Oh my god, and they're not done.
King Kong set for yet again.
Here we go again.
Thorn throws. King Kong dodged it. He is so locked in right now. Abyssal Arrow is not going to land. Carl Teasy gets his buff. It's King Kong versus Sanford. Too much damage coming out from this Lancelot. King Kong under tower. He doesn't care. Sanford! He still sidesteps.
They're best friends in this game, man. This is like Sanford and King Kong. They're just going at each other.
Oh my goodness, we're seeing the best artists, scientists, the world of Mobile Legends. Everybody's just trying to outplay each other. 12 minutes in, 13-11, nobody's leading. And there's so many important dodges and, so many important details that happened. And there was a time where Keller actually missed the Art of Thievery onto JP. And even when he was able to take out JP in the middle, it was taken out by one Synchro Vision coming out from OHEB. Details matter.
At this point, what we're seeing is paranormal as Sanji brings down his own glorious pathway. JP takes a brunt of damage, but Onyx is not going to fight into it. So is Team Liquid. They're trying to look for a turnaround. Abyssal Arrow is not going to land. Carl Teasy gets his own buff and camp. And little by little, it now slows down. Onyx still has a significant advantage in the map. Yes, it's only one turret, but with how the minion waves are flowing,
Look at that.
with the fact that Liquid has not broken top and mid, it means that Onyx has the control.
Yeah, the next pick off definitely gonna mean the game, most likely, especially with Lord coming up shortly, 13 seconds. And we have barely broken down everything that happened there, that last one.
Oh, we need this.
We need that. We need this.
We need this.
Thank you.
We're not saying that the casters called the pause.
We did it. We did
Do
it.
not misread what we're saying here.
Well, man, we need a breather. Holy.
Currently on the stage, our marshals are assisting our players right now sort out any potential issues there may be in terms of the comms, it seems like. The teams right now are checking on their comms and the marshals are helping them out with it.
Yep.
If you're only joining us here today, thank you so much for spending your weekend, your time, your Saturday night with MPL Philippines, where we are seeing just an absolutely legendary battle between Team Liquid Philippines and Onyx Philippines.
Games like this remind me how much fun MLBB can actually be.
Oh man,
My goodness.
I'm already glad I didn't retire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was supposed to retire after MSC, man, but then now after this, I'm like, let's go. I'm so glad I didn't leave.
I cannot imagine being in that booth once again. You know how much
The pressure.
Oh yeah,
I lost so much of my remaining years, I think.
so that's what it feels like. Like from the caster desk going into the booth right now, considering that you worked with the team,
The stress.
what would be going through your mind?
Oh, my mind is like, my mind is burst. My heart is pounding.
Just gone.
I'm running out of breath. You know? If I had a smartwatch, it would probably like alarm.
You have zero
know?
control
It will
over
give
it.
It will give that notification, right? When you're
Yeah.
when you're about to,
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
And you do that like every single
Wow.
week, right? So
Wow, what a game.
The absolute insanity that has been this series so far, and it's only game number 2. We could still potentially go into a game number 3.
It's so crazy to think that one Art of Thievery was one Art of Thievery miss.
a small miss, right? Usually negligible, but in this context matters so much.
It mattered so much because Kelra died in that clash because of that.
Here we go.
All right, we're back in.
Scent brings us in. He cuts the deck, and we find ourselves
Welcome
now
to
with
Mobile
Onyx
Legends.
with priority control in the Lord. It's only 14 minutes.
Oh, JP's low.
But it feels like an hour of my life watching what has been a masterpiece.
Colors
Oh
in
my
front.
God.
Oh my goodness.
Able to be
That's a
my
mark.
just in time. JP,
It's a trap.
He gets taken out. It's a trap. They baited him out, and now there's no roamer. Super Prince moves forward. Onyx Philippines, better position for them, but the vision gets provided by the Mountain Shocker. Brusco gets spotted out. He's trying to hold on with the Revitalize. Counter with a Blazing Duet Winter Crown combination. He can BMI out. Carl Teasy, Sanjay, Oheb. Kirk goes forward. Super Prince as well. Kirk trying to fight, but he might get taken down. Carl Teasy gets taken out by King Kong. Super Prince takes down Oheb, and that is only Sanford remaining.
Oh, that is so bad for them. Sanford actually tried to chase down Kelra after the BMI went in.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you, that's a marquee move.
Yeah?
That's a marquee move.
I've seen that season 12 versus RRQ. That against Skylar, he did that.
Straight into the big fight with a blazing duet. and everything.
Exact. That is a marquee move.
Yeah. Make it look like you're down and out, but you BMI out.
Beat me out.
Not really.
Oh, we're seeing it. I want to see it in replay. I want to see it in 4K once again.
Here we go. Beautiful.
Break it
Look at
down.
that. Slow it down.
I think
Okay,
it was,
what
oh
was it?
no,
What
this
was
is
it?
I was
already
way
after
before
this.
it.
Yeah, Winter Crown
Yeah.
and Tree. Oheb already popped the Salmon Force, but then since he popped it where the ultimate of the Cloud was, he couldn't maximize it any longer.
Yeah.
And King Kong, Kirk, and Frisk just had to play the patient game.
Yeah, Carl Easy was spent at that moment as well. Couldn't really fight back.
Onyx, will they sweep the EWC MSC champions here? They're playing the slow game first. Focus on the towers. Systematic. People were looking at this to be the potential grand finals of MSC. We didn't get it, but we're getting it now. And what could have been for the Sonics, because the Onyx is on the way to potentially sweeping Team Liquid.
Man, this could have actually been it.
Imagine playing the game at the knife's edge for 14 minutes and play it safe during the siege. Oh my goodness. What a series.
Yeah, I cannot imagine how that would end up. But right now, it's Oheb using Zaman Force very early on. I can imagine what that's going to do, but it's going to be enough to clear the waves at least for now.
King Kong and Sanford has been having their little duels all throughout this game. And everything that has happened right now for Team Liquid Philippines has been they have the damage, but they just don't have the time. They're skill-based, lots of them are. Dependent on the Zaman Force, dependent on the bravest fighter of the Lapu Lapu. That it's been Brusco who's been an absolute rock alongside Kirk for Onyx. That King Kong, Kelra, and Super Friends have had a tremendous game and have brought so much value to the team because of how strong their front line is. Although Kelra gets spotted out, he gets a BMI out. No major fight is gonna break.
Oh, they used up the previous fighter though.
Yep, that does come back really quickly at this point in the game. 50 seconds before the Lord comes back.
Yeah, no big fights happening right now. No pickoffs at least. But Man, you can really feel how much TLPH has been, reeling from those past few fights. They are now on survival mode at this point.
Oh, can't blame them because of how the fights have been turning out. It's like the longer the game goes, the faster the cooldowns will be for Onyx. And they have, like, even the Selena is going to be a problem later on. The BMI is going to be there. Your winter counts are going to run out of your TLPH, and that's your main win condition against Onyx. So things like these, they will matter as the longer the game goes. And unfortunately, Yusenshin plus Harith is not going to fare well versus the Lancelot and the Claude in the late game.
Yeah, you're basically gonna have to face the full brunt of the Blazing Duet most of the time in the moments you least expect it. So we might see something like that happen, especially now they have to get up close and personal in this coming Lord fight.
Already brought down to close to 30,000 health. His Lord, no clear advantages here, except for the fact that Onyx do have minion waves threatening. Right now, though, it seems like Team Liquid Philippines minions are handling it well enough. Although the mid-lane minion wave needs to be handled. Super Prince, he's going to continue throwing out those arrows. Down to 30%, is 30,000. Is Onyx actually going for? Look at the damage onto JP. That got the Kacha. Looks like paper with the late game damage Onyx brings to the table.
Mount Shot already used!
Again, they find Carl Tite! Super Prince delivering the arrow that could mean the loss of Liquid in this series. Sanford, Oheb trying to hold on.
Oh my goodness, that was absolute cinema. Beautiful save here by Sanford, slowing them down. But the rest of Onyx are still chasing Oheb.
He's getting chased down, and King Kong delivers the felling blow. Sansan cannot hold. Onyx wins the series.
Three, 50% win rate, but it does matter in this match. And Aurora first bans Yuzong, full respect. Oh, okay. This is spicy.
I just mentioned that earlier, but I didn't expect it to appear this early for game number one.
There's a big risk. This is funnel strat for TLPH. They're really focusing on Carl T's farm, which might cost them the late game, because there's a lot of ways for Aurora to actually deal with the YSS.
It's also reflecting here onto our index, wherein onto the late game potential, there is where it will spike the most here for TLPH. So many crowd controls indeed here. But for Aurora, considering that they've got the Lancelot onto Demon Kite, this will be a battle for our king onto the jungle. But moving forward, let's see if who will get the first blood, first game here for our first match of our upper bracket, third day of our playoffs. Let's get it over and start with our game. Casters, it's your time.
The race to Jakarta begins here. The upper bracket finals, first to the grand finals, first to M7. Game 1, Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines.
You could feel the momentum seep through the way both of these teams decided to go in with their drafts. Very comfortable picks so far that we're seeing on both sides, and I cannot wait to see the XP lane showdown.
Brigida and Leo at your service for this long haul slobber knocker, expecting no less than 5. Aurora last night was sweated by a TNC. I think that whole fighter side lane really gave them a run for their money. Now look at this, it's Oheb who's rocking the show against Dominkite, who is proven. Our panel mentioned it. Athena and Midnight, they said, hey, Dominkite, he's not so good on them fighters yet.
Yep. And I feel like Aurora also started to realize a few things, especially after yesterday, because it's not like teams don't get to adjust completely after observing that Aurora does stick with this plan, but Carl, barely dodging the Star Shutter.
Revitalize already used by Daddy JP. There's no way he's gonna let one of his sons die. Not like that. Edward!
Not Carl. It can't be Carl. Sanford here against 2 though. He gets to walk under the turret and unbreakable from JP as well. But that's all the help he's needing for now.
All right, 2 close calls for Liquid. Aurora, they get a small lead off of that. They get to push the cavalry back out from their side of the jungle. Let's go back to that gold lane matchup. Again, a Granger versus a Cho. I think this will really make more of a difference in actual team fighting.
I agree. And when the more macro scale rotations come into play, because we saw it even from Benny yesterday. There was a time that the Joe got to complete a solo kill against a Ruby who was just trying to rotate and regroup with his teammates. So it's not impossible for this Joe to do the same against a Granger.
You gotta watch out. Oh my god, the flicker from Oheb! Baby Cake's doing work, but Dominic refuses to fall!
He gets to keep himself safe. That turret, the advantage that he gets, the additional sustain and defense, and that's a free turtle that Aurora takes.
You know what? I think Aurora knew that something was afoot, that there was shenanigans around the lower half of the map, because Carl and Oheb, they don't usually do this. They don't usually telegraph where they are. So Aurora, again, kudos to their coaching staff. Kudos to Master the Basics, to Dexstar, and to Khaled. They were like, Dominica, you watch out for yourself. You protect yourself.
Yeah, and wasn't this one of the things mentioned in the Howl? That you gotta take away the first turtle from Team Liquid Philippines. Not that Team Liquid wanted to get it for themselves during that instance, but it feels like they didn't even allow for Team Liquid to consider even positioning themselves or contesting that objective at all. It was just that quick of a decision from Aurora.
So Aurora is playing off of former knowledge. This is just, again, knowing Liquid inside and out from the playoffs, from the regular season, and this is going to be key to the Northern Lights getting a good start. Let's check out the items real quick. Not much of a difference between these two teams. Again, a paltry lead for either side.
I guess it's the Encourage that's the most
Interesting. Again, light on that Hylos with an Encourage and, of course, an Elegant Gem. He's playing very low to the ground.
Yeah, this has been Light's choice for the Roam Blessing since yesterday. And I feel like it suits Aurora so much. Hold on, try finding Sanford here. I know I did mention wanting to see the XP lane showdown, but Aurora, even though they don't get to take the kills, they're doing a great job at somehow caging the Apex Predator for now.
Yep, by caging Sanford, you avoid him from making game-changing plays early on, delaying that rotation, delaying him from rotating out and affecting the rest of the map. So Edward's playing man-to-man defense, or should we say man-to-beast defense, because the Predator is currently just can't do much. Now we see them rotating down to the lower quarter of the map. Second turtle spawned. Liquid has a bigger presence here. Carl Deasy with an amazing push and a pull. Sanford checking that pixel brush. Oh my god, 3-man echoes!
Oh, that's a 4-man actually. Yue also caught by the final slash, and that's going to be first blood for Team Liquid Philippines. Aurora still deciding to join in the glorious pathway already laid down. Demon Kite can't fight anymore though. He's very low, and Edward 2 will fall next. Like trying to run away, but then Team Liquid, they're able to take 3 and they actually want more. But will Light allow them to? Sanford picks a double.
It's not up to Light. It's about that Apex Predator getting unleashed. He joined the fight, went straight for the important targets. And when you say gold lane fighter and you look at a Cho, I think that's a misnomer. This is a gold lane assassin. You see the precision that Oheb put on display. Totally ruining Rora's backline.
You gotta look for him if you're Yue. You want him to be part of that Astral Echo. But even then, you couldn't stop the surprise of a flicker way of the Dragon play. You can't entirely avoid that, especially if Oheb's just really keen on looking for the right targets. And just as we mentioned, the Apex Predator being caged. At that moment, he just felt unleashed.
No, he caged all. It was a total opposite. I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me, or something like that. Liquid up now by 3,000 gold. Brigida, 6 minutes in. They missed out on the first turtle, but that turtle was but a speed bump. It seems like the cavalry, the stampede is just getting started.
Yep, it's gonna be a lot more terrifying if Liquid have learned how to adjust, even despite not taking the first turtle for themselves. Because I feel like that's a major thing.
Oh my god!
But JP already using the Revitalize, only fighting up against Light at this point, though, so they won't necessarily be taking any kills from there.
He's fine. This is what JP is built to do. He's a trailblazer. Checking how deep the rest of Liquid can dive in. The bottom lane, though, this is definitely the recovery lane. It's totally in shambles. Again, 6.5 minutes in, I don't think Dom and Kite expected to be this far out. I'm pretty sure he still expected that tier 1 to be there until he built maybe his 3rd item. But now, what's he at even? Maybe he's on his winter, his Hunter Strike, and then maybe on the way to the Sky Piercer. Like, that is best case scenario for a Granger that was pushed out of his lane this early.
But at the very least, he hasn't died just yet. And it's not like we don't see him suddenly pick up some maniacs every now and then when Aurora actually find that one big team fight. So that could be a possibility for them, but a 2-man final slash forcing Demon Kite to move away. KarlTzy has the turtle ult himself, but not for now. That's another way of the dragon onto Demon Kite. What a perfect pickoff for Team Liquid Philippines.
Edward coming in with the bravest fighter. Everyone getting hit hard via the help of that Echoes, but they're struggling to find the follow-through.
Now Light might go down next, but Sanford has all his eyes set on Demon Kite. He picks up Light for now. Demon Kite runs away, but Edward will be the trade.
The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Aurora are struggling to set up an amazing combo wombo across the big 5v5s, but they just can't make it work. Too much of a disruptor Liquid's picks are. The way the dragon, the final slash, hell, even that rogue arrow from Sanji ruins everything Aurora's trying to set up.
Because you could see Light. You could see Light trying to find a way to the key members of Team Liquid Philippines. He actually got to stand in front of KarlTzy. But that's the thing, he was all alone because of, again, the amount of disruption that's in Team Liquid's lineup.
And that's why the setup seems so slow. That's why even when you think Aurora should have started take 1, 2, 3 down from Liquid, you're like, how do you do that when 2 have already died on your side? Aurora are down 5k gold. The stats say Demon Kite is down 5 minutes away from reaching level 15 away from KarlTzy, and Karl hasn't even gotten kills. He's just been farming like a madman.
Yep, and he's already 2k up ahead of Demon Kite. This is a very unusual scenario that we're seeing right now where Demon Kite's behind in terms of levels, in terms of gold, and he's not able to keep up entirely. I mean, that's a 3-level gold lead we're seeing in the hands of KarlTzy.
Gold and EXP, it's miserable. But these 2 mid laners, let's talk about this real quick. Astro Recall into the Star Shatter versus the Abyssal Arrow. Better hit rates on Yue. But what does it mean? Oh my god, the Purified has stopped! The final slash is Sanford! Gets shut down, the Hunter becomes the hunted.
And now,
AOG back!
That's the first stack that they get on his Sky Piercer. Will they continue this fight though? Because they already lost 2. And that's right before this Lord actually spawned, Leo.
So 3v5. Liquid, for the first time in a while, have to consider we have less bodies on the floor. Sanji throwing out an arrow.
What? Light's already half HP with just that single combo. And now that's making things a bit awkward for Aurora. But they're still deciding to blitz the Lord. KarlTzy trying to make his way. He has to deal with Edward first. OM looking for a target. And it's going to be Light instead. But on the other side of the map, KarlTzy finding Edward, and Sanji has a double kill.
Oh my god!
KarlTzy and Sanji! What a chase from the cavalry!
Nothing comes for free. A stampede in the wake of a stolen Lord. Aurora, highway robbery up against Liquid when they were down 5,000 gold. Liquid with a punish.
What Lord? That Lord's gone! Team Liquid Philippines, it's as if it never even existed. It wasn't even able to get past their tier 2 turret. That's how quick they were able to deal with the Lord right after they just forced the fight. And normally, fights that are forced after you lose the objective are very dangerous, but they made it work.
This is the prime example of living outside of your means. They spent their whole paycheck to have one night of fun, and they spent all of their resources to try and steal 1 Lord, and they lost 3, make that 4 members on the way out. Liquid ended up with a bigger lead because Aurora got tunnel visioned from that Lord. 7,000 gold now between them. And all the outside turrets wiped out.
And I just said, Tommy Kite got his first Sky Piercer stack, but then
Got shut down.
he got shut down. I don't even know if you could consider it to be a shutdown, because he just had a single kill.
So he has like 5 stacks now, because you lose half of it on the way out when you die. Looking at the items, so far 2,000 between these gold laners. The time-tested Granger and the Assassin in the gold lane, that show. And then between Demon Kite and Carl TZ, forget about it. That's 3,000 gold now.
That's too much. Even JP, knowing what he has to do and what his job is, prioritizing the Twilight armor. So that's why you always see him standing in front of wherever Yue tries to throw out those Star Shutters. But Mountain Shocker, Astral Echo thrown out as a response. But they won't commit anything just yet. But look at how Team Liquid Philippines constantly forces Aurora near the base.
Dag nabbit, you see how many projectiles were thrown out? The boat, that arrow, a random final slash could come in via a flicker, an AOG from Daddy JP. It's just too much that Liquid is throwing at Aurora without even considering that gold lead. Again, 7,000 gold. Calculating now, that's a full item on each of the cores, plus change across each role.
And although you would want to look at Aurora's potential in the late game, the way that you could definitely depend on the Novaria and the Granger for their late game damage, it feels like the setups take a lot more time compared to Team Liquid Philippines, who could just decide to fight whenever they want to.
Oh, yeah.
You could say, I guess, it's the same for Edward, but that's just Edward. When you want Light, Yue, and Dom and Kite to be in sync with one another, then there has to be a certain sequence to how they lay out their skills. Team Liquid Philippines, it feels like all these projectiles you mentioned are just thrown out whenever they want to.
Yep, and it's not like Edward or Light can catch them for you. They have to be proactive in positioning, proactive in initiating, and they just can't die. Again, when Light or Edward are at half health, the rest of Aurora have to back out. So there's the Mount Shocker. Crown TG sees everyone.
What? Why is actually Light still there? I think that's going to be my question for now, because that's going to be a free kill over to Liquid. And who did the zoning for them? It's just JP, I think.
It was unnecessary. Light was way too far, light years away from where the rest of Aurora were. I don't know what the comms were, bring it up, but one can only assume, oops, something to that effect.
Because I feel like they wanted to make their way, but this is an 8k gold lead nonetheless.
Huge.
We've seen instances of Lancelot stealing away objectives countless times, especially in this season.
Maybe only second to Hayabusa as the most steal capable hero.
Yeah, but he couldn't even get past all these walls that Team Liquid are putting up.
And I think that is the right thing to do. I'll give kudos to Aurora for that, except for the fact that Light overstayed his welcome. He was in too deep. Now Liquid setting up the push, throwing out that echoes. Aurora are taking this very slowly. This is the right way to do it.
Okay, they might actually, or yeah, Aurora denied that tier 3 down bottom. Every wave is so far well taken care of by Aurora. They're not letting their base turrets down. And Team Liquid Philippines, I'm liking how they're really respecting Aurora's defense capabilities. Because I think the threat of a glorious pathway slowing you down is still there either way. Once you overcommit, you don't have your AOG to get out anymore, then there are still chances for Aurora to punish you.
Yep. And Liquid's time ain't exactly running out. You saw how hard that arrow scales. Dominkai caught one randomly down bottom. It was half his health plus the tick damage from the Impure Rage. And that's what a 10,000 gold deal will do to you at 15.5 minutes. What else are they picking up? Oh my, he's just 3 items in.
Oh, and the Divine Glaive.
The chef is cooking with half a kitchen right now.
Yeah, he only needs one more item.
There it is.
Compared to Yue, who needs 2 more.
Oh, well, he was on his way to Holy Crystal.
Yeah, that's also...
Should make a
thing.
difference.
So you might, or you should be feeling the damage, especially if JP doesn't catch it, because I think he's looking to catch every single one of them. Like all those Star Shutters, even those bullets that come in from Dominkite. Oh, but speaking of full builds, Dominkite, I think he should be really ready to fight now. He already completed his item builds, locking in his last item, which is the Sea Halberd.
Yep. So all this healing from Sandbird, from JP, the shields that OHEB generates through Only Fast should slowly be worked on. But again, this is the nature of their lineup. They need setup. They need light to stun the right target.
Yeah.
They need the echoes to hit at least 2 or 3. And then that's how these bullets from Dominkite will make a difference. And not to even mention his stacks, right? I don't think his energy is in a place where he's comfortable. He hasn't had the best early to mid game. Now that we enter the late game with this Lord spawning in the lower quarter, we'll see if Rora can do both those things. Set up for their team fight and take care of the map.
Yeah. If Team Liquid even would let them find that opening, because I think they're so good at splitting the map too, just because they have a Cho in the gold. So you could see how OHEB's just consistently trying to manage the waves, not necessarily putting himself alongside the other members of Liquid, so that Aurora could see and have full information as to where everyone is. But OHEB finds the way of the dragon on Demonkite, just kicking him away.
Oh my
Not
God!
the best angle though. Edward jumping in, gets revealed by the Echo as well. But Light, will he survive this? He gets to survive with the glorious pathway.
Light lives, and Aurora pull out so much from Liquid. They spent a good amount of their ults, and of course a couple of battle spells, while Aurora only use up their ults, and Light's revitalize. Look at this, Carl D this whole time was playing with the Lord. Now it's at a 10th of its health. I think Liquid are gonna secure.
Yep, OHEB knows where Demonkite is. Demonkite's up top, but without a flicker, OHEB couldn't chase. But that was such a bold move from OHEB. The one that we saw in mid where he just decided to commit his ultimate onto a Demonkite who was surrounded by other members of Aurora.
Yep, and again, he can get away with it. Look at his items. It's not exactly just pure assassination. He has the warrior boots. He has the breastplate. So he has extra resilience to be able to use his dashes to get out. Liquid got away from what could have been Aurora's possible clapback while securing the Lord along the way. Bottom lane, say goodbye.
Was that just the single arrow from Carl that damaged Dominkite to almost half? Oh, but look at the damage from the Star Shutter.
Ow!
You gotta respect Yue at this point too.
Bring it up, looking at Sanji. What are you talking about? I think the arrow hurts more than the shatter at this point.
You cannot catch the arrows if you're Doming or you're Yue. Let Light do it. Let maybe even Edward do it, because he has an ability to just immune himself from those stuns and not get caught. But I think if earlier Team Liquid Philippines had a bit more room to let Aurora defend, it's becoming a bit scarier this time that Yue and Dominkite have all their items and damage locked in.
Yep, not to mention, even Demonkite is just but 1,000 or so away from fully building his final item. I would assume that this is a Blade of Despair. So that means Rora isn't fighting form. If we do get to that point, which I'm guessing is what, the 21-minute mark? So just in time for this final Lord, which again, I'm not counting on Rora will get. Because look at the map, something that we haven't really been talking about much. Liquid structures are untouched.
Oh yeah.
Not a single turret. It's that bad.
And even the placements of the arrows and every single member of Liquid, honestly, because OHEB's always opposite where the others are. Sanji, the way he just places all these arrows in areas where Aurora could just walk through, so they always have an idea of where they could potentially be approaching the next objective. It makes it so hard for Aurora, who, based on their lineup, just naturally need to walk towards wherever they want to go.
Oh my God, they catch two!
Oh, it's a flicker from Sanji, but a failed attempt to assassinate Dominkite. A pick-off just in time for Aurora.
Overextension from the Lone Stallion. Not in a while has a nickname been so ironically perfect. Sanji was left out to cook. He flickered in for that.
I think that's not the kind of Lone Stallion play we're used to seeing.
Not like this. He's not here for the Lord.
He's not gonna be there. Okay, Sanford picking up the Oracle, but still they're one member down. Oheb, does he want to join this?
This is the best shape for Aurora to actually go for this major objective, but they have to keep eyes on the Filipino sniper. He might get away with this split push, the rat strat.
He's actually forcing a reaction. Who's gonna work and deal with the waves?
You know what?
Edward?
I think it's worse than what we think. It might not be a split push. He might actually intercept whoever goes to defend. Oheb makes himself known, visible. Lord being pulled in by Carl. Lord at an 1/8 of its health.
Yep, they denied Aurora from potentially blitzing the Lord. Now Carl's holding it. JP catching the Star Shutters and even the Thor grows, but the damage has been too much. Phantom Execution already committed, and the AOG is used as well.
All right, Light holds the Pixel Brush away from the Apex Predator. Domin Kite pulling in.
Oh, Demon Kite's very low. He wanted to recall, but Sanford just keeps checking the brushes. And now it might be Light. That's the target. Oheb just in time. Stunning Light. Taking him down, and Carl TZ takes the Lord.
Baby Cakes doing work. Looping Rora. Round and round. Defend down bottom. Take the Lord. Defend the base. Steal this objective, and Aurora couldn't make a decision. Liquid score their third major objective.
What was the thought process of Oheb during the entire time? I thought he'd be a bit more pressured to join because they lost one member, but he just stayed down bottom, pushed the waves, and made Aurora let go of the objective.
I think all the more he had to be as annoying. He had to be that much bigger of a menace to influence Aurora's decision-making and to muddle their thought process. Because, look, Sanji's missing. I have to make up for both fighting with the Lord and this push down bottom. I'll do both.
Yep. Oh, does this arrow land on someone? Domin Kite fortunately gets to dodge it, but that's a good seal. Astral Echo revealing multiple members. Phantom Execution in. Demon Kite briefly gets taunted, but is this enough time for Aurora to deal with the Lord? Edward jumping in, stunning multiple members. Demon Kite just waiting for Carl, and they take him down first. Sanford could only do so much when he's left alone. Oheb and Sanji have to run away, but he gets caught by the Star Shutter. Immortality won't be popped, but they have to let go of Sanford.
Massive predictions from members of Aurora, considering where the vengeance might go. The dashes of Sanford, 2 free kills for Aurora, kicking Liquid out of their base.
Sanford and Carl are nowhere to be found,
Not for about 40 seconds.
and they might just go for this one-way push to take the most that they can after Liquid's turrets being untouchable for how many minutes now?
These 3 can't defend from the 5 on Aurora. Look at Oheb from the back line. What's the Filipino sniper gonna do? AOG!
AOG from JP, but they get to burst him down. That's the immortality already popped. Does JP get away with this? It's a no!
Oheb still hiding. Oheb, what's the plan? Star Shadow throw. Now Domin Kite!
Oh! Was that the way of the dragon dodged?
Yes, it was!
In a split second, Demon Kite got to dodge!
I could have sworn Oheb was gonna go straight for Doming, but instead it's Demon Kite who flushes him out of the brush. No one taken out from Aurora in their attempt to go straight down mid. Lord spawned. Aurora doing a little bit of homework, cleaning up their base as Sanji spots Domin Kite. The Domin Kite T40.
Still not over it. How do you dodge a Way of the Dragon that was committed to you while he was inside the bush? But Sanji trying to look for targets here. Demon Kite holding the Lord.
Phantom Execution, spent in, Glory's Pathway.
Oh, Sanford now is the target. He gets to use the final slap, but he doesn't survive for long. Now Aurora gain access to Carl. What can Sanji and Oheb do?
Oheb coming in! Demon Kite dashes through!
But he gets stunned by Light, and he doesn't get to do his full combo. He's just trying to escape, but Demon Kite finds Sanji instead.
The chef gets cooked. It's a 3-man coalition from Liquid. Rora hunting Carl down.
Oh! And with the flicker Star Shutter combo, the GOAT is taken down.
Yue doesn't miss Lord to Aurora.
As if the entire 20 minutes weren't in favor of Liquid. Aurora with such a massive clapback, but Oheb in an attempt to find a trade pops the immortality of Domin Kite, but that's all he can do.
Daddy see JP doing his darndest to get something out of the exchange. Takes out Domikite, but it's too late.
He's left alone and with no one from Liquid to defend. This 26-minute game ends in the hands of Aurora.
The Northern Lights first to the board. Game 1 goes to Aurora.
My God.
Might be. It might be.
Yeah, let's see if Aurora will also have a lucky day as they lock in the Kimi mid lane here for Juve.
Yeah.
Interesting choice as well here for the Moscow for Oheb, but it's because it's Oheb.
Yeah.
So it's possible.
I still would have preferred, honestly, the carry, because I think the Moscow's much too slow. Because the carry would have been useful mid-game. Oheb, he has to farm till late. And Aurora, they do have early game comp, so there is a window where Aurora could actually punish TLPH with this gritty lineup.
Let's see if the streak will continue here for Aurora Gaming. As we move on forward for our game number 2 upper bracket finals. TLPH still missing a point. Let's head on over to the land of the Endcasters. It's your time.
And I don't think there was enough time between game 1 and now to recover. We just came from a 26-minute slobber knocker. Leo and Brigida bringing you the second game in this best-of-5 series. Team Liquid Philippines looking to recover against Aurora.
This was a surprising draft we're seeing from Team Liquid, mainly because it's a bit too obvious that they're trying to maybe play for the late game, and stats show that they don't really perform that well when we're past the 18-minute mark.
This was an in-depth discussion you had with Hans in the panel over yesterday's matches, but also just to juxtapose the thesis on Midnight's draft. Oh my God, Yue!
Okay.
I think Aurora's draft, if we're gonna revert to something closer to pre-Project Next, looks better. Because I'm surprised that this Gatot Kacha went all the way through the second phase without anyone banning it.
That's true. It's a mixture of them prioritizing the picks they really want to deny first, taking away the Arlot even from Sanford in the first phase of the draft, but it's not like they weren't able to prevent the Alice from coming into play, but then again, it just adds to how farm heavy Team Liquid Philippines and their composition is overall. So I don't think we'll be seeing them as aggressive to start things off, but at least they have a lot of ways to just deal with the macro and prolong the game as needed. But hold on, if it's about the aggression we're talking about, I think Carl Teasy wants to show us that. Light looking to be the target here, and Ogi Shadow Kill committed just to take first blood.
That was a 3v2 fight that Demon Kite had to walk all the way through, and he just did not make it in time. That's just kind of the cons you have to live with if you have a Fredrin. It's been a hot minute since we've seen the Appraiser make his way into a game.
Yeah, and it's understandable if you're Aurora that you get to extend that much. You have a Kimi on your side, and the mid lane supposedly really favors whoever has the Kimi in their lineup. But it seems like Team Liquid might not get to contest this.
Carl soloing a small camp, and Light could not stop him. I got his eyes at the minute.
So, despite all that, Light still has his eyes on Carl Teasy, not exactly letting go of where this, I'd say, all over the map Hayabusa is.
Yeah.
Because even just now, before that first blood, he already showed us how aggressive he wants to play this game. Maybe even being one of the main players to play aggressive in this entire lineup that we're seeing from Team Liquid.
That's right, Carl Teasy's Hayabusa is a thing of beauty. If you talk about his best heroes in Season 16, I'd say Lancelot, Shin, and then this Hayabusa action breaking out at mid.
Oh, Throne of Ruin for Sanford catching 3, SOD also landing, but the Aurora joins it. Edward doesn't land the final slash, but the AOG's
Bang!
Appraiser's Wrath. Sanford gets taken down. JP might be next. There's just so much hold from Aurora.
The Alice is just a sexier Uranus.
Yes.
Emphasis on Uranus. At the end of the day, no matter how sustainable you are, after your Throne of Ruin,
Oh, the perfect vengeance to evade and cancel out the Ogi Shadow Kill. It's not a flicker, but it acts the same way. Hold on, Oheb!
Close call on two different fronts of the map. Back to what I was saying, at the end of the day, after that Throne of Ruin, you're still just a sustainable, annoying XP laner.
That's about it. You stand in front of everyone, try to annoy them, but if they have enough damage,
Oh!
And what do you do next? Oh my goodness! 3-man stun!
The 3-time MPL champion stops the forward momentum of 3-hero Dominicai!
Oh, but what OF doesn't know is that there are 3
Bang!
members of Aurora waiting for him! I don't know if it was just perfectly timed or predicted by Aurora, but that was painful to watch.
Call it a sting operation. They knew that Oheb had this killer instinct in him, and he saw a lone Granger, but he didn't see the other 2 members waiting in the wings. It looks like Aurora are going to be scoring their second turtle. Sanji, Sanford trying to grab one, pull a fast one over Aurora. Not going to happen. They're up about 1,000 and change.
Yep. This is expected from
Oh!
the lineup. Hold on. Edward still wanting to go in for the fight. Crimson Beacon already used. JP gets to escape with the glorious pathway, but it's been a very aggressive 4 minutes. Just 4 minutes so far for Aurora. And what does Oheb do? He just has to walk away.
He does his best, Brigida. He does his best. Aurora have stepped on his neck and stopped him from farming. The first 5 minutes has been hell for this Moscow. Looking at the items and, of course, what that translates to in economy. He's down about 1,500 away from Dominicai.
Could have been more if he didn't use his SOD just to get that gold card that was nearly denied of him, or nearly denied from him, just because of how well Aurora's been controlling the gold lane. And this has been a trend so far. This is expected considering TLPH's lineup. But how do they show us the changes once they don't get the early game? Because time and time again, that's what we've been constantly pointing out as their requirement to win the game, to get to do the Liquid Stampede. But this is something they walked into. They drafted this way. They expected this to happen.
You know what? In the playoffs, anything can happen. Aurora can even win on Flying Clouds. That's what this map is all about. And they do find Sanford to the bottom lane.
Can't even use the cleave. Throne of Ruin is all he can do, but does he have enough sustain?
Oh!
Barely tries to survive, and that's another Piercer stack picked up by Dominicai. Carl's easy versus Edward. It's a 1v1, but the final slash still makes it. Fortunately, the other members of Team Liquid are there, but that was a close call.
All right, 3 dudes from Liquid, no problem. 4, that's where he draws the line. A little too much for Mr. Consistent to deal with, but what this does is open up the lower quarter of the map where the Turtles spawn. 3 for 3, Aurora 100% on Turtle take rates.
Look at how US just defending this turret. Carl TZ has to escape. Watch out. Oh, he walks away, but does not escape death. Light and Yue take down Carl TZ.
The GOAT got tunnel vision. He really wanted to push in. Did not have enough backup. Down bottom, Demon Kite has 2 on him. This is what you can do with a utility jungler. Yep. You're able to really put your foot down and say, the rest of you guys do that and hold on. That's why it's a macro-centric hero. Oh my God, JP!
That's the tankiest member of Team Liquid right now. But Aurora, without hesitation, committing the final slash. That's how confident they are at this point. Demon Kite, though, he does not walk away from that.
It's a little too much to expect to survive all that. But again, Aurora, sleight of hand. You're looking at the right hand, the left is already committing a crime. They pushed into here to up top. As I was saying, if you're a utility jungler, you can do these kinds of things. One of those things is sacrifice yourself because you're less of a asset to your team, so you can afford to die. Second is you can hold down fights so much longer. Carl Deasy, when he died in the top lane, there was no business for him doing that. Not for that long. So Aurora, they're still on point here, on course. 4,000 gold up, 8 minutes in.
This time it's Aurora who's had their turrets untouched for the entire past 8 minutes of the game. Team Liquid Philippines are struggling. They might be waiting for one team fight that they get to win, and it's from that where they just pivot and try to convert into objectives, because the way it's looking right now, could they even split up? Like, I know that's something Oheb would want to do, but based on how Aurora's been rotating, they're not making it easy for the Moscow.
I think they can. They just have to be very specific about it. Like now, see this? It's clear where Aurora is. They show themselves on the map. It helps that the Lord is going to be a beacon, a magnet for TLPH to try and consider where they're coming from. But look, we're still looking at the maybe number 2 best hero to steal Lords with. That's a high boost. Oh, Edward steps in.
They find Edward. Final stack already with his Throne of Ruin. Might just stun 3. Oh! Dominkite gets taken down by Sanji, but before he does, JP gets taken down as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, and Oheb, that's what you were talking about. So he finally gets to push the waves.
And it's also very fortunate that Liquid found Dominkite. If it was anyone else that died, maybe even Edward or Demonkite, that would have been okay. Rora would have forced the issue, but no, it was Dominkite. It was their main damage source.
It was just unfortunate that he was right behind that wall, and once he flickered, he found himself right beside the Lord and in front of Sanji's Crimson Beacon. So that was a very awkward position to be in if you were Dominkite, but they also probably didn't expect that there were other members of Liquid who could come in from the mid lane, because they were probably expecting everyone to just hold those brushes down bottom close to the back of the wall where the Lord is. So now, it's a second chance for Aurora to potentially take this.
I think it was premeditated. Liquid really cordoned off Rora's exit to compromise Dominkite's positioning, and then in turn they killed him. That was really good for Liquid. Now, Demonkite finds that taunt. Lord at about half health.
That was a knockup from the Lord. Edward working on Sanji though, but Demonkite goes down! OM joining the fight as well. This Lord is going into the hands of Liquid. Carl will get traded, however, and they're trying to chase after Liquid, but all they want to do is walk away.
Liquid definitely winning out on that trade. They pick off Demonkite, take the Lord, and everything else is extra. Collateral damage, Carl TZ is, but it's worth it. Rora did not see this angle coming. I didn't see this angle coming. I think Liquid just worked their way into closing this gap. 4,000 gold cut down to just 1.
I think it was just normal movement from a Fredrin, from a utility jungle.
It was the right thing.
You switch targets, you stand in front of everyone. But where did the damage even come from for them to burst him down that much? Or I also think the Lord knockup had something to do with it, because it was an unexpected timing of Lord knockups that helped Liquid try and be a bit more aggressive. And that's where Demonkite found himself bursted down.
Yeah, something tells me Sanji sitting with 2 stacks on his Sky Piercer, maybe 3 stacks. I've lost track of where exactly to count from. Made that death on Demonkite, that kill on Demonkite so much more possible, so much more faster. And the Appraiser's Wrath almost made no difference.
We couldn't even feel it. I mean, JP was already expecting to receive majority of the damage from the Appraiser's Wrath, but at this point, that's what you want to see from JP. That he can just confidently stand in front of these members of these annoying heroes of Aurora, so Liquid can know where to position themselves, and finally, after trying to be a bit more careful for so long, they get to take away some turrets from themselves.
Oh man, the map has equalized. Literally, 2 for 2. Rora now just have barely 1,000 gold up over Liquid. Where did this go wrong? It's not like Yu is not in the right position to deal damage. Dominkite only died once. Demonkite died twice. One of them was kind of warranted. So it's just Liquid finding their groove. Looking at the items now, it is a Swift Trinity for Oheb. Carl TZ also has 3 strong, hard-hitting items. And Sanford, I think Sanford's last death might have been his actual last, because he's on his way to a full Cursed Hell. Once he builds that Winter Crown, I don't think we're gonna ever see him die again.
Yeah. Maybe this is where a bit too much attention on caging the Predator starts to backfire.
Because it's just not worth it. It takes too much time.
And I don't think, like, maybe Sanford even wants you to pay so much attention to him at this point. Majority of the damage, of the disruption will come from him, yes, but not the damage. And he's not the guy who needs to be there until the very end of the team fight.
Oh yeah.
So maybe essentially kind of similar to the Fredrin.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's got to be Oheb, it's got to be Carl. Sanji is the finisher. The fact that Sanford is so annoying and could impact a team fight so much from the XP lane on this Alice is that game changer. So Aurora, how do they react? Maybe don't pay attention to Sanford as much. Like, as much as you can avoid the Throne of Ruin, that's easier said than done.
Because either way, he's gonna show up anyway. He is definitely gonna use that Throne of Ruin and try to position himself in front of as much people as he can. So he will voluntarily walk up to you and you don't need to work so hard to do that, but where are they trying to come from this time?
Look at the angle that Sanford's coming through. Edward spots it. Glorious pathway.
Maybe already low. Edward using the final slash, but Sanford stuns so much. It's UN. Dominkite now very low. Demon Kite looking at the next target. Carl TC with a double Ogi Shadow kill now. Trying to go for Doming. Fortunately has a dash, but that's 3 members already taken down.
Easier said than done isn't even the start of it. Sanford almost single-handedly helped Liquid win that fight. 3 for none, the Throne of Ruin, everyone on a trampoline. Aurora have to defend.
What do we say about Sanford just walking up to everyone and making it easy? And now they're trying to just take as much as they can. Dominkite defending. Oh, the Wind of Nature already committed. Sanford blocking the bullets. But that was such a great defense from Dominkite too.
Aurora lose 1 inhibitor. Almost lost mid. They're gonna lose their purple buff. Liquid are up 3,000 gold. Oh my lord, how do you stop Sanford? It's not like he even built his winner crown. He Brigida, you said it right. You said it best. He just walked up and said, what are you gonna do about it? Now, I hate to cry over spilled milk, but did Rora not respect Liquid's propensity for crowd control? Not a single Purify.
Yeah, I guess there was a bit too much attention on JP as well. It looked like JP was
Or on Carl.
definitely going down in that instant, but who would have thought? Again, even we were surprised to see Sanford holding that bush. And now he just comes in with the flicker and we might see another one. But they'll be a bit more patient this time because Aurora already takes care of the Lord.
They're still breathing, they're still in this. Glorious pathway by Daddy JP. Liquid looking to scare Aurora away from defending. They do keep that inhibitor up top and the base intact.
Okay. Aurora still in this game. We're looking like we're about to approach another 20-minute game, honestly, if
Looks like it.
Aurora are able to still hold this a bit longer. But I think there's not much in terms of the damage dealers if we're looking at gold. Because Sanji, Yue, Oheb, and Dominkite, there's not even 1,000 gold difference existing between these
Yeah,
heroes.
no, it's not about a difference in firepower. It really is everything else that goes with it. It's the garnish, the meat, the protein is sound. It's tasty. But what else do you partner it with? Let's watch that sequence once again. Look at Sanford. I don't think it was enough that Edward was there to check him in. All right, 40 flickered in. He didn't walk up. He gleamed, flickered in, and I think that scared the bejesus out of Aurora.
Yeah, and he came from the left mid-bush at that.
Yep, it was an ankle breaker. He came from the left, gleamed to the right, and then flickered again to the left.
All the while, Aurora probably thought they had everything under control.
Nah, not this Predator.
Nah.
Not the Apex Predator, Sanford. Okay, so they have 2 anti-heals, right? They have the Sea Halberd on Doming. They have the Glowing Wand on Yue. Is that enough? JP, oh my god, trying to split up Aurora.
Hold on, he's in the middle of 4, but Sanford once again finding Yue, forces the flicker as well, but Edward and Demon Kite doing all the zoning! The Cyclone Eye actually did not help Aurora there! Sanji's unstoppable right now!
Wise is watching from home. He knows how much that hurts. Dominkite backing up, almost gets choked out by Sanji.
There's another Lantern Flare, Light trying to walk away, but there's another knockup play! A monster kill for the Lone Stallion, Dominkite and Yue! Can they defend this? Oheb doesn't care! The Cavalry will equalize the series!
Now we have a ball game. 1-1. Liquid on the board. Brigida, they deny us the 20-plus minute slobber knocker.
They did.
Liquid came to play.
I can't believe my eyes. It's a reset for now, best of 3.
Let's throw it over to our analyst and panel to break it down.
Never letting expectations down. Another one here for TLPH. All one score for Aurora and TLPH.
I think I am indeed lucky. 1-1 1 is the score, not because TLPH won, but because we get to see more games in this series, Athena. I do love the fact that, again, Aurora, they maximized the window that they were given because of this early game comp. They were able to pressure Kaltizi away from his jungle, utilize the Fredrin and the Arlot, but when it came down to business, TLPH, they had the execution, they had the Alice, but most importantly, the Zushin was not alone in this game. The lone Stallion was with the entirety of the cavalry.
Is putting on the lights and spotlights onto the Roras here with his Jushin pick. Our game 2 MVP 605 and then locked in item build. Even the brute force for the last item.
Yeah, 100% kill participation. You want the lights, you get the lights from the Zushin. And Sanji was phenomenal in this game. The amount of clutch Sky Piercer kills that he had, and also the controls that was amassed by TLPH prevented the Fredrin and the Arlot to actually maximize their frontline combo. It was basically Aurora trying to find these initiations with their engages, but their frontline was dismantled by the Zushin. Light, Demon Cat, and Edward, they all what they're doing in the fight was to sort of like look for angles that they were able to maximize, but the window was very short, because maybe 2-3 seconds, that's too much already against a Zushin, especially add to the fact that there's a glorious pathway coming out from JP that allows TLPH to just constantly find Dominkat behind the lines.
Yep. Just being a lookout isn't enough. So what do you do with the info, right? So for the info for TLPH, on the other hand, Leo have mentioned they have multiple crowd controls, and for the side of Aurora, no one even got a Purify.
Yeah, that's the greedy problem. Like, they were very aggressive. I think they were capitalizing on the fact that they're much stronger early game. But the problem of their line as well is that they're one-directional. By that I mean not because they only do one thing, but how they approach fights, it's all forward. But in comparison to TLPH, there's multiple angles. There's the gleam, the flicker coming out from Sanford. You have to watch out for the Hayabusa shadows, the glorious pathway, the shadows. The lights coming out from Sanji, but also the spear of destruction from Ohib, which literally comes from all angles.
It really disrupted members here of Aurora, and you've mentioned multiple times again that Sanji, when he finds anyone from the side of Aurora, even if it's the lone Stallion, he will do his best to just eliminate anyone on his pathway, even getting a monster kill right until the end of this game. That was an almost 18-minute mark, if I remember correctly. There was a stat wherein TLPH actually has fights or win most fights before the 18-minute mark, and after that mark, they're having a hard time onto closing the game into their favor.
They almost got the deadline.
There's a curfew.
Yeah, 7 seconds. They were like, guys, we have to end. If we go past 18 minutes, we might lose to Aurora again. But even then, like, if you look at the lineup, Aurora, I think they're the ones with the deadline here, because if you think about their composition, they have to establish like a huge or a commanding lead by minute 12. TLPH, they're sort of allowed to go past that liquid timer because they have the Hayabusa who is out farming the Fredrin. A matter of fact, Brigida brought up the fact that between Sanji, Oheb, Yue, and Dominkai, there's not much of a gold difference. But when you look at the junglers, that's where the gold difference comes from. Kaltizi was 3,000 to 4,000 gold ahead against Demon Kite, which also ties into the stats that we saw earlier from the GOAT. And whenever he does have this stat line, you just have like an additional damage dealer for TLPH.
Bottom line, Hayabusa. Even Leo acknowledged that that's Hayabusa here, the higher damage here for Carl TZ is really one of his most pick hero, or rather most successful pick hero here throughout regular season, and now heading on to the playoffs. And looking closer on the success also of Sanford with multiple stunts on his Alice. We have to acknowledge that. We have to put the spotlight on him.
Yeah, this protection from Sanford and JP as well. Not just the offensive terms, but also the way they juggled for Oheb, they juggled for Sanji, and the amount of times that Aurora was trying to like lock on a target, and then Alice just gleams forward. You see the glorious pathway, and then you get set by the Throne of Ruin. It's annoying for Aurora, honestly. And of course, we all know who it is. It's the BPI rich guy, Oheb, 772 GPM. Was having not a great start. He was 2K gold behind against Dominkite at one point. I think minute 6 or minute 7. He was 2,000 gold
He was
in terms
behind.
of deficit, and against the gold laner of Aurora. But it came down to the late game. They were able to stretch the game long enough so that the Fredrin didn't exist. Basically, he was a non-existent factor for TLPH. Maybe during the lore dances he is a target because he does have the retribution. But during team fights, they don't even care about a Fredrin, honestly.
And I know, Midnight, it's going to add up to the list on why you would want a Fredrin onto Demon Kite.
Yeah.
Because technically speaking, when it comes to the latter portion of the game, you cannot control on what part you would want the game to end, not unless you're a prediction teller. But no, you're not. So for Aurora, they need to think of let's say a plan B, a safety net in case all else fails. And for that round, it's going to be a successful defense and a successful point here for TLPH.
There's a world though that I think MTB would still consider like utility junglers, because you might say that it's still okay. It just came down to execution, because the turning point was when Sanford hit that massive Throne of Ruin in front of the turtle, which allowed TLPH to just sort of play the map, allow for the Moskov to farm up, pressure side lane. So maybe game 3 they would still keep an eye on those Fredrin picks, ban out the YSS and the Lancelot, because I think that makes the game fair for both sides.
Yeah, and to be honest, if you have a highly mechanical skilled player like Demon Kite, you would want to put him on a jungler heroes. It could better fit the whole persona of Aurora. Finish off being dominated, being superior, like establishing your supremacy all around our playoffs. And looking closer onto our head-to-head stats, talking about kaise and Demon Kite here with their Hayabusa and Fredrin.
Yeah, looking at the goal that they have at minute 12, this was at a time when this was post massive Throne of Ruin Sanford. Goal at 12 minutes. They're still close, but you start seeing the cracks of having a utility jungler who doesn't farm as much. And I would say that this became a problem because you don't have the same amount of damage that TLPH outputs, while also not being the reliable front line that you are. Because even though you're Fredrin, again, the fact of the matter is there's an Alice and a Zushin on the lineup of TLPH. That's why when it came to that point at minute 12, it didn't feel like Demon Kite was a big factor to Aurora's lineup, because every single time that they see Demon Kite, they just jump him. Once they see Dominkite, they start switching targets and, keep their eyes on the Granger of Dominkite.
This is what I was talking about at the here, Aurora. You have to fill in the cracks.
Yeah.
Because DLPH is just darn good onto finding the spots wherein they will insert Sanford and then just erupt chaos. Just go for madness here for Aurora. And we've seen numerous teams attempt to do that, but so far TLPH is one of the most successful so far here onto our playoffs.
Yeah, that's why they're gunning for that M7 spot. There's still 2 games away. Both these 2 teams, there's still 2 wins from getting that Grand Finals championship slot and also the M7 slot. But they're getting close. These matches, I think they're giving it their all. Even switching back to utility junglers, Sanford pulling out these amazing XP laners on first phase. It feels like they're just gunning for these winning conditions on both sides.
And so far, I would love to see this continue onto the bigger stage, onto the world stage. This kind of meta, this kind of brawl-like clashes here. Imagine in the Philippine region, we're this deadly, we're this sassy, spicy place. Imagine what the world thinks on looking. This is just the lower upper bracket finals, by the way. It's not yet the grand finals, but we're seeing some previews from our titans, the international epic rivalry here for our first match.
I think that's one of the upsides of being the first playoffs of all regions. Like, they get to see the very first taste of what the meta looks like. I mean, there's a downside for it for us, for PH especially, because they get to see our strats, like our cheese picks. But after this weekend, both I mean almost all regions are gonna get scared because they get to witness the grand finals.
Or maybe they could have some lessons along the way
Maybe,
while watching
maybe.
our playoffs and adapt it
Yeah.
to their strategies.
Maybe steal some strats away from TLPH or study the fundamentals of Aurora, or maybe even look at Onyx and TNT because, hey, they're still also vying for M7 slots. And talking about Onyx, by the way,
Right and Q.
yeah, Onyx, not just PH, but also in Indonesia. We see the stats here for the ex-undefeated team in ID because they just lost to, I think, 2 teams. And they're still pretty much, on record to reach the M7
Yep.
M7 stage. And Kyrie, man, Lancelot, Kyrie, always
Kyrie!
spectacular. Kyrie!
Yep, and talking about the Lancelot earlier as well, and this is why most sought after import players are Filipino players because of their mechanical skills.
Yes, sir.
Their innate capability to be adaptable in each and every environment that you put them in. And the environments inside the map actually, especially onto Broken Walls, is one of the highest win rates so far. Considering the expanded rates, that's a 5-0. But
Yeah.
7-2, that's 9 games in total here for Broken Walls and a high win rate here for the whole Onyx Indonesia.
Yeah, I like how honest these stat lines are for Onyx because it does show you what their play style is. They love playing with each other because they like brawling with each other. That's why I think expanding rivers for them is just a cheat code, honestly, because they get to fight with Skylar. Sans is able to utilize heroes like Zushin, Sparsa, and be a threat on the map and allow the Sky King to just get a very good start and dominate the game. Matter of fact, I want to see an average of their match time because I think they fall under 16 minutes. They've had a lot of like
Quite
10-minute
fast.
games.
Yeah.
And even post Project Next.
Or maybe after their playoffs, there will be a change
Maybe.
onto their stat line.
Maybe.
Because they're going to be watching or adapting some of the plays that we will be watching. But moving forward onto another team to highlight and put a spotlight for M7 is BTR by Vitality.
I'm pretty sure Mirko is happy right now. In fact, if you hop on over to the Filipino broadcast, he's yapping about BTR with Wolf. But yeah, looking at the lineup of BTR, there is a lot of promise for this team, by the way, especially because of the fact that they have a Filipino marksman. So stop getting our gold laners. But also just the sheer chemistry that this team has. This is the team that Light left, by the way, and I do think Finn fits well into this team. But Niall's addition to this lineup as well, being a sort of like a pillar on the jungle role. He's the most stable player in this team.
And I do feel like the character of Nala as well is a perfect fit for BTR. That's the kind of spiciness that I was looking forward to. Before it was Eman that they were constantly like pushing off onto being the face of BTR by Vitality. But now with Nael, a new addition here to the family, says a lot here for BTR. Huge team to look out for onto the upcoming M7 World Championship. And we do know that Mirko, in fact, will be happy with all the stats that we're seeing right now.
He's glazing BTR.
He is. And for our viewers out there, if you want to check out this kind of stat lines, we will be posting this onto our official social media pages as well. And if you ever have teams to watch out for, you could comment it down below from different regions. We have Singapore, Malaysia, and then there's
Look at this guy.
Go!
This nerd. Look at this nerd. Mirko, I'm pretty sure you're going to watch this at some point.
Biggest shout outs, Mirko.
He's wearing a BTR jersey, by the way.
He ain't scared.
Such a fanboy. Such a fanboy.
Being Mirko, just Mirko things.
Yeah, just Mirko things. But yeah, I do understand because at this point, I didn't expect BTR to perform this well too. Matter of fact, we had a conversation about how BTR's best form was last year. But then Lyle showed up, Moreno showed up, and even Shogun showed up, and Mirko's like, okay, BTR is actually a good team.
He was like, okay, guys, we're back.
Yeah, we're back in business. We don't have to back it up. We're back in business, boys.
He's ready to shout it. Like, Niall!
No! M7!
I'm just imagining things, but so far, it's the images that you can hear when you see your Mirko.
But they still have a playoffs.
Yeah. Oh.
So, I don't know about that,
Mirkers or Mirbless?
he tries to avoid like predicting for both these two teams.
But he did predict here for our grand
he
finals.
did predict Aurora to win, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So
Yellow and Aurora.
yeah, but I can't remember what he predicted for upper bracket finals though.
Maybe I'll backtrack that later.
I'm pretty sure he put Aurora upper bracket finals, and
It
then
was a straight run. Yeah.
and then TLPH going down to losers. So if Liquid ends up winning and Aurora losing, Aurora's you got America to you go to his live stream.
But there was we're breaking curses, not streaks. There was a banner earlier from the lights.
Yeah, that's
Have
true.
you seen that?
Yeah.
They're breaking curses.
They're breaking curses, but they have to break Mirko's curse.
The mirror curse.
Yeah, so it's them versus TLPH plus Mirko.
It's Mirko versus everyone.
It's Mirko versus everyone. It's Mirko plus BTR versus the world.
But kidding aside though, even Burrito on the PH broadcast is actually doing his own predictions.
Oh yeah, the quick predictions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen those. And matter of fact, he recorded one beside me while I was sleeping.
Yeah, and even onto our first day, I don't usually do predictions because of what happened onto M6.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't want
predict.
anyone to like, Athena, what's your prediction for M6 or M7? And now, moving forward, the first team to win this upper bracket finals will be your first M7 representative, and that's why it all interconnects onto which region will be the strongest. But of course, it's going to be the Philippines. But aside from that, who?
That's not a prediction, by the way. It's a statement.
It's a statement, by the way. But
You don't get
who's
to contest
going
that.
to be the team for our country
Yeah.
to send off to Jakarta, Indonesia?
Yeah, because that's the only remaining question. Like, which team do the other regions get the favor of being graced with
With the presence.
with a defeat? You know, like no, I'm just kidding. But what I'm saying is that there's still ample of time for other regions to prepare against these teams. I think that's it. I think that's why it's also an upside to have PH go first on the playoffs so that you get to prepare. But the problem is, even PH gets a lot of time to prepare because M7 is next year, January next year, and our playoffs ends even before November starts.
Very perfect timeline here for our Philippine representatives if ever. Plus, not only that, for TLPH, they're eyeing that golden road. So a lot is at stake
that's
here.
true.
We've mentioned that Light is trying to negotiate some terms earlier by let us win.
Yeah, bro, come on.
Come
Get us to finals. We want to get.
It's a win-win. You get to represent the Philippines, still complete the golden road if ever we give you the grand finals. But that just isn't how this works. But now how it works for game number 3 is Aurora going to be on the blue side here.
Yeah.
Being the first pick. And so far, the prioritizations onto the hero mid. Let's discuss that.
I wonder if they want to hone in on the early game aspect of this this lineup, because even game number 1, I think Liquid was the one focusing on late game, and Aurora didn't really think about it. They still ended up winning, but I don't think they were happy with that kind of win. So they switched to early game tactics in game number 2. Problem was the Alice was too much, and the Zushin from Sanji was just destroying the Spreadrin. So there might be a couple of adjustments from Aurora for game number 3. Maybe they still retain the Fredrin, but also add some late game heroes to the mix.
Let's see if there will be a change onto the map as well. I think it's going to be Dangerous Grass. Okay, right on cue.
You're feeling lucky. Feeling lucky today, Athena. Oh, that's a good stat line for these two teams.
100% win rate here for Aurora 2-0, and even for Team Liquid, that is quite high.
Yeah, 75%. But what matters here is that they actually get a dub. So Aurora removes the Yuzong, they remove the Yuzong Gen 2. So TLPH, they get 2 choices here. Either they ban 1-1 or they ban the Lancelot. But Aurora, I think they're expecting to get the Lancelot for themselves. But even then, there's a lot of trades for TLPH. The Kartis can just take up the Hayabusa again on Red 3. Maybe they even first pick Granger and Granger Gadot for the two picks.
Just to take away the momentum here for Dominica, although it's already been broken for game 2, because for first and second game, so far it's still a Granger prior here for Aurora. So just not to make it too obvious that you're like nurturing too much or you're protecting Dominkite so much. And now for TLPH, it's up to them to try and get the deny, or Aurora gets a hero as early as an Arlet here for Edward.
They were trying to trap TLPH into thinking that they're gonna get the Lancelot. So yeah, first pick Granger, because they don't want the Granger going over to the side of TLPH. But this does favor TLPH because we just came from a game where both Yusun Shin and the Lancelot was off the table. So now TLPH, they get to pick whether they take the Fredrin or they take the Hayabusa. I think the Hayabusa is the safer route because I don't think you go Fred Arlet here because there's still the Phobius on the side of Aurora.
I do agree with you with the Hayabusa pick, considering that this is a Ranger and just give the Fredrin to Demon Kite if you're TLPH, but if you're Aurora, might as well just don't pick the Hayabusa. We want that for Demon Kite. And a hero for Sanford, I believe,
Alice?
will be a perfect opportunity. But Hayabusa and Lunox Midnight.
I think the idea is you can't go Uranus, you can't even go Alice on the side of Aurora. This is smart from TLPH. So I think for Edward, you go Lapu or Arlet, but the problem is you set up such good heroes for Sanford that he gets to decide whether he wants Alice or Phobius on Red 3.
TLPH being consistent onto attacking Mr. Consistent here for Aurora.
Such a good draft, honestly.
You cannot just ban out heroes here for Sanford if you're Aurora. You have to consider it with this first pick, Lunox, that you have to be capable onto being buffed up and buffed up Fredrin and get that catcher here for Aurora.
Yeah, Athena, he gets to pick Alice again for Sanford. He might go Lapu, honestly, but there's no downside in taking the Alice now because it's still the same thing. That you get Alice now, you remove some of the counters, and then Aurora's left with nothing. So you go Alice, and now they remove Lapu, there's no Yuzong anymore. So just the Lapu, honestly.
It makes it easier to draft if you're TLPH. And Sanford is like, okay, don't mind if I do.
Okay, they still remove the Arlet. They respect the Arlet Edward.
Arlet Edward making miracle plays with the finals. Vengeance, actually. The Vengeance is the
Vengeance plays,
the cream of the crop here for Aurora. And now, there are certain heroes like the Lapu still viable, but in my opinion, they could just go for the last pick here for Edward and look at what the Red 4 will be for TLPH.
Yeah, they have to sniff it out. But for Aurora, I think Kimmy still works here. Kimmy, Farsa. I don't see any other heroes for Edward though. Cho being removed, I think just to limit the the flex factor on the gold. Oh,
okay, nice.
Mad respect to Sicilian. That guy hasn't lost in Sicilian, by the way.
That is a nice see-through here for Coach RC, and you're right, being it win streak here.
Wait! I want to see Oheb Gold Lane Lapu. I want to see Oheb Gold Lane Lapu. I've seen this in one of his live streams, by the way, and I think that's the reason why they removed the Arlet, and they didn't care about the Lapu because they wanted to pick it gold.
Will they take that as a challenge? Will they grab that opportunity?
What do you counter it with? You can't go Esme, you can't go Uranus. There's a Lunox on TLPH.
Different scenarios running through our minds right now. But even for Aurora, different heroes that are running on their minds to ban out. Still the Khalid removed here for game number 3.
All right, I want to see it. Oh, give me Lapu. Give me Lapu. No!
Oh, okay.
Okay, at least it wins both matchups.
Okay, it's the best of both worlds for the CC. Deny, priority, and then somewhat of a flex still here for TLPH.
Because the thing is, Aurora, if they want to get Lapu here, I think you put the CC on XP and then you put Alice on gold. But for Aurora, I think best pick here is honestly Uranus or Esme.
But still,
they didn't go Lapu.
You're going to have a hard time, but it's the reality. You have to face it, right?
You kind of have to like address the elephant in the room. You're gonna melt to the Lunox. But the thing about TL's lineup is that they don't have a hard lockdown. So that's like, the benefit of having the Esme and the Uranus. They're forced to get a hard lockdown. But they go for the Lapu. I still don't like the Eve though. Yeah, sure, it's up against the CC and the Alice, but this upcoming last pick from TLPH might just ruin everything for Aurora. Because honestly, Hylas is still good here.
Considering it's also the dangerous grass,
Yeah.
for Eve, it's also one of the heroes that I find it having a hard time when it comes to multiple ganks. Because for an Eve, all you have is the flicker,
Yeah.
then the ultimate for the slide shield. But after that, you're so vulnerable to the attacks.
Yeah.
But they've gauged the situation, Midnight, and maybe they found
Hylos,
more
yeah.
pros here for Aurora. And then the Hylos for Daddy JP. Gold lane CC here for OEB.
It's such a good draft for both sides, honestly. Even though I don't like the idea of the Eve, the thing is, Yu is on the Eve, so he's gonna make this work. But
He has to.
This draft from TLPH just allows Carl TZ to go wild, honestly.
And looking at their index as well,
Yeah, it's all TL.
it's all about TLPH. Yes, you have card controls for Aurora,
Yeah.
but some of this might be somewhat of a disadvantage.
Yeah, it looks like the same game as game number 2, but TL has way scarier team fights in game number 3.
Same, but different scenarios here for TLPH and Aurora. Lock and loaded for our draft. Let's head on over for our game number 3. Who will get another point? Casters, it's your time.
You know what? I agree with Midnight and Athena. In addition to the draft, the way Liquid played in Game 2 definitely dictates the pace. They have the momentum going into game number 3.
And I also have to
Welcome
say
to Mobile
that I'm
Legends.
really feeling how much Coach RC wants to get his revenge back. He's been so commendable in terms of drafting for how many games in a row now. It was a bit surprising to see the Lunox immediately come in, but for the past few games, it's been such a high priority. But for Sanji to go this route, I'm hoping this is still signature aggressive Sanji, but that's a bit more balanced compared to game number 2.
I think it's signature aggressive everything for Liquid. Looking at the early game start, Aurora posting up towards that Little Wanderer, stopping a majority of Liquid from crossing over. Even this XP Crab coin will be contested very hardly, and JP coming in, looking for a sneaky pull. Can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, it is an undefeated Lunox in the hands of the chef, Lone Stallion Sanji.
Yep, but it seems like they're really trying to make things a bit harder for Sanji. Yue on the Eve clearly has the range advantage, and they're probably gonna stay like this for a while.
That's right. More on Aurora's draft before any more action breaks out. It's a very M4 looking draft. Like, look at it. Look at it. These heroes are old school.
Yeah. Just now we had this, or I was asking you about, what was Sansan looking like again back in M4? Because now Sanford, it seems like the heroes are becoming a bit similar to that, but Sanji's been sticking with a very particular hero pool. He's been using less, I think, even compared to last season. So there are just certain options on the board for Sanji.
Yeah, if you ask me if this version of Liquid looks close to how they look when they won in Jakarta in M4 a few years back, it's very different now. They've definitely grown. Turtle already very low.
Shadow kill! Shadow through it just in time, but it's still not enough for Carl to steal away the objective.
Oh!
Now Sanford has to go down.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Aurora learned. Not like that, 4D, not again. He spent everything. The flicker, the Throne of Ruin, did not work this time against Aurora. Not so fast, RWM!
And the AOG to try and provide a bit more pressure. JP could not get out of that. So Aurora have been using so much, but OM down bottom. Can he take down Domingkite? It's not going to be enough. Vengeance committed too, but Doming survives.
That is elementary MLBB. When a vengeance is popped, you just stop.
Stop.
Hands off.
Move away.
No means no.
Don't attack.
Don't do
Sanji.
it.
Oh, okay.
Synchronized shrieks.
Yes, he is not having a good time.
Next level synergy. Across the map, they're not done!
Sanford, Gleam gets to keep him safe, but Carl cannot farm in peace. Demon Kite's in his jungle. He even might steal away this orange buff. Look at how Light's blocking everyone else. JP and Sanford trying to help him, but can he take it this time? He doesn't have the retribution.
Nor does
but
Carl.
They push him, or they push Demon Kite away.
That was a close call. If Demon Kite stayed there maybe for 2 or 3 more seconds, that Retribution would have come off cooldown and Rora would have committed Grand Theft Orange. Demon Kite the main culprit and the rest of them accessories of the crime. Looking at the rest of the map, the bottom lane I think is the closest thing you can say as a neutral lane for Liquid because everywhere else Rora's winning.
Yeah, I'm liking how Aurora are starting to put in so much respect to this Hayabusa of Carl Easy. Because even in the previous game, it's like this Hayabusa single-handedly tried to hold down the early game for that very farm-heavy lineup that they tried to go for.
Oh my god, the flicker to save him!
Oh my goodness, the curtain call. Is it going to be enough?
AOG!
No, everything's there, but Dominkite under the turret will not fall.
Bring it up. That's still a good chunk of damage reduction. They changed a lot of things in Project Next, but not the gold lane turret shield damage reduction. Turtle now at a fifth of its health. I think Rora can easily secure.
Even when Light had to respond to what was happening down bottom, Edward and Demon Kite were more than enough to take this objective freely from Liquid. But there's another concealed play. Does Oheb sense that there's something going on?
Yep, he does. He had Daddy JP to check for him. Yue already made himself known, and then Light just flushed out those bushes. Aurora up by 3,000 gold, under 5 minutes. This is a great start for Aurora.
Yeah.
What happened in game 2, I think, woke up a beast in him.
I agree. Now they're using this utility jungler, this Fredrin, so aggressively. And just as I mentioned that, he's walking back towards Liquid's jungle.
Yep. That's something you can't do as an assassin.
That is... Oh! Thought Sanji was going to use the brilliance there.
Hold up. 2-lane push, top and bottom. The cavalry got a little cross-eyed, like they didn't know where to defend. That was free.
Is this the effect of just how good the pressure is from Aurora? That their jungler doesn't feel as free and that they are a bit more pressured to provide some assistance to Carl TZ?
I think, yeah, the answer is simply yes, because Liquid, look at this, they are a team fighting lineup, more now than ever. The other game they had a Moscow, so they could have split the map, but now they just really want to convert. They really want to win big and then take turrets. Without winning big, they can't take turrets.
Oh no, Carl!
Oh!
The energy eruption! The taunts from Demon Kite. Now they gain access to the purple buff. If Razor's Wrath is dodged, but not the real world manipulation. JP gets stuck inside, but Oheb's just trying to do what he can. But they inevitably have to let go of that purple buff.
They stole away Carl TZ's buff, and they go straight for the turtle. Demon Kite closing off the entry to anything from Liquid. No contest, even for this turn in mid.
Yeah, they really want to take it this time. This is the fastest we've seen both of these teams actually get objectives away for this entire series. Another turtle might go into the hands of Aurora. Never mind, I take it back. Carl TZ just pops in, steals it away. But do they want to fight? Throne of Ruin committed. Light will not pursue.
Bring It On, they did not respect the fact that Carl's Retribution was off of cooldown and Demon Kite's was not. And I think it was correct for Aurora to do that, but they needed to clear the jungle first. They needed to make sure that there was no attempt. And Liquid, they rolled the dice, they flipped the coin. They dropped everything to be able to secure it. Now they're looking to punish. 5 gold, 5,000 gold still in the middle of them.
Oh, they're going for Sanford. Oheb will not show himself anymore. He cannot afford to show himself. Aurora making quick work of all the remaining turrets. Sanji goes in, but all that just to prevent any more damage.
See, this is Aurora just cracking that whip, reminding TLP that, hey, you're still down this much gold, all right? 5,000, 6,000. Just the gold laners alone, 2,000 between them. That's what Aurora needed to do. They needed to make sure that this lead would be all that mattered. And the fact that they did not check that little avenue, that little entry from Liquid side of the jungle to that turtle pit meant all the difference. So, you know, it's a final turtle. A little bit of mojo boost for the rest of the cavalry, all the fans here in Cuneta watching the blue side of the arena. Well, technically the red. Let's look at how Liquid can clap back, all right? Number one, stealing objectives. It's clear that Carl TZ has it in him. He got that dog to steal stuff, but are we waiting for Sanji to come online? Because Oheb, sure, is a gold laner, but he's a fighter gold laner. Is Sanji going to be the next in line to be that, clean source of damage?
I guess if it's Sanji we're talking about, he just needs to watch out for Demon Kite. Like, if he does go in, or maybe not just even Demon Kite, the real world's there, the Unbreakable's there. So positioning, as you would say to any Lunox user, is very, very crucial. They cannot just go in and make themselves vulnerable to Aurora, because that's going to be one of their main strengths. It's just blocking every single member who wants to dive in.
And that's why the Lone Stallion is keeping himself scarce. Look at where he's positioning himself. Very far away, hidden from Aurora. They'll never know where this Lunox bomb might come from. That's Sanji DD. Turtle at half health.
Yeah, but Yue's holding this brush too.
Lord, rather. Here we go.
Oh, now Sanji goes for Yue, but the damage doesn't seem to be enough. Edward jumps in with a Bravest Fighter after response, but Light, he's holding Carl Teasy down.
Oh!
Sanford dodges the Appraiser's Wrath just barely, and Hoeb goes in from behind, but for some reason, Carl, he's bursted down.
And Oheb goes as well. Where one baby cake goes, the other follows. Sanji the only one left. It's a 2v1. Yue and Edward chasing him down.
Sanji tried, we saw it.
He did, and he was doing the right thing up until the rest of Liquid could not hold the line. Again, a huge gold diff. Items just were the main factor, firepower, and that's why Light was able to push back 3 and delay the inevitable.
I think he even had to use his flicker there just to get close enough to Yue, which we might get to confirm in this instant replay, which again, we will keep saying, oh, he didn't use that flicker. So it was just in this moment where he used it to find the right target.
The final reposition.
Oh, he got to take down Dominic, but the damage, even when I think that...
Uh-oh.
Okay, maybe we talk about that later on. Demon Kite takes the Lord.
Carl!
Edward holding down 2 AOG from Light. But will this be enough? Throne of Ruin already committed. Carl Teasy's the first to fall.
Not like this, says Aurora. Not again. As Dominkai takes down 40 after taking Edward. It's a wipeout pending.
Vengeance committed, but does that keep him alive? It's a no! A wipeout by Aurora.
The blinding lights stumble into the Stallions, and the Stampede is quelled. A Lord and 5 kills over to Aurora.
Now they will definitely be clearing the outer turrets, possibly even the top lane turret, base turret of Team Liquid. And that's exactly where the Lord is approaching, but there are no Holy Shields left.
Even bottom lane still standing. About 40 seconds left for that to make it work. Make it worth it to protect. In Aurora, they know that this Lord won't stand for too long. Liquid are in the danger zone. They are in self-preservation mode right now.
I just gotta say, I can't recall the last time Carl Teasy got his hands on his purple buff. And that's probably making things a lot more harder for Liquid at this point. Sanji just trying to defend this mid lane base turret. But they're struggling to do just that.
Liquid, again, the way that they've been so successful all throughout the later half of Season 16, even in the playoffs, is fighting in the paint. They like to really give it to their opponents and then, with conviction, dominate them. They convert. They don't steal. They don't try and go through technicalities and slip through the cracks. They convert. And they just haven't been able to. Again, one thing you mentioned is the purple buff. Honestly, if Carl Teasy can't get his purple buff, that means he can't get to the rest of his jungle. That means he is so down on resources.
And what's scary is that even if he tries to just look for pickoffs and potentially trades across the map, Yue and Dominkite, I believe, have winter crowns. So even when there's a chance of a potential pickoff, that's just not gonna turn out good for Liquid.
Nothing. Shadow kills, forget about it. Brilliance into a Darkness Blast, forget about it. Hell, they've already learned Sanford's propensity for an ankle breaker Throne of Ruin. It worked in Game 2. They were able to steal a game from out of nowhere. A stampede through Aurora in an 18-minute bout, but not this time. Aurora are choking Liquid out of these major resources that they so badly need.
That was a quick adjustment from Aurora just after that game. They're no longer caught by surprise. by any Throne of Ruin, by any shadow kill, not even the quad shadows. They're able to time their reactions perfectly.
And I actually take it back. I stand corrected. It's not because of the lack of Purify. Liquid just went too hard and too fast. Rora can actually play this way. Flicker their way out of that Throne of Ruin. Lord Dance began. Light with a conceal. Who's he looking for?
Carl Easy seems to be the target. Unbreakable land onto him. Edward is there, but he does not use the bravest fighter just yet.
Oh, look at Sanji and
This
Sanford.
is already enough to provide some zoning. Sanford decides to go in too, though, but Light can just AOG out of there. But he spots Sanji!
Edward commits the bravest fighter, Lord of the eighth of its health.
Oh, now they're after Dominkai, forces out the Winter Crown, but the Throne of Ruin again landing onto multiple members, and Carl! He gets the objective for Liquid, and they're fighting back!
Oheb Bow fitted out for Demon Kite, and that is Sanford gleaming on out.
He doesn't get to escape, and Sanji, he's trying to look for more!
Brilliance Blast takes out Demon Kite, and it's just Edward and UL left. They take out JP. The GOAT stands alone.
He can clear the waves, but Yue and Edward, what could the plan be? The Lord is spawning right now, and they might not get to push any further. Carl still taking him on. Edward's all alone, receives majority of the Ogi shadow kill, but he's so tanky.
All right, Edward here is doing his best to distract Liquid from taking that purple, and it's already too late. Yue yeeted away the purple buff once again from Carl Teasy. Let's check out that instant replay, that moment, that play that led to this very moment. Again, I could have sworn that Sanford and Sanji, the way they're positioning themselves, and we thought they learned their lesson. We thought Sanford was all out of tricks, but no, he still found a way.
It was perfect, because they knew that Doming did not have the Winter Crown anymore. And I couldn't even recall when Yue used his, or did he just choose not to? Oh, that's the moment he used his.
There it is.
So that's why he survived. But even Sanji, those last-minute decisions of still trying to fight, even when it was that dangerous, they probably had it all calculated either way.
So for a majority of this 15-minute game, Aurora have been getting away from the Throne of Ruin flicker, replace, instant transmission combo from Sanford, shoot through sheer mechanics. But the Apex Predator evolves, adapts on the fly, and finds a way to make it work again. So they cut that lead in half. Aurora are now just up by barely 5,000 gold. So that means the firepower on Sanji and even Carl are catching up.
Yeah, he might actually go for, or the way it's looking right now, maybe a Holy Crystal next too.
He has room for 2 more items.
Yeah.
So that could be a Holy Crystal and what? One could assume Lightning Truncheon, or people don't build that anymore. The Lantern.
Yeah.
More extra damage.
And it's not going to be a great time for all those who keep standing in front of Team Liquid, of Light or Edward. They're just always the guys tanking the damage, but it's not like Sanji takes them head on, because he's always looking for different targets.
Yep.
But
Sanji has been very patient with his approach.
yeah, but even if that's been the case for him, once he gets all those items locked in, it may be a bit different. Carl, I think he finally got
Yes!
purple buff.
Without using a Retribution. If I'm not mistaken, Demon Kite used his. He did! I mean, no harm, no foul, right? We know that they're going to dance in the next minute or so, but that's a clear sign, again, for those of y'all who are superstitious, who have a certain set of routine and beliefs. Much like Team Liquid, you know that Liquid have a set of beliefs, and if they do this, they will win.
Yeah.
If Carl Teasy gets his purple, then maybe this changes things.
Yeah. Especially as we're looking at a potential objective fight that started right now. Demon Kite's holding it so far.
Oh, wait. No, that might have been an animation bug. I think Demon Kite did secure. Look, it's gone.
Or, yeah.
Huh.
So it wasn't...
He did it, he did it. That Retribution was worth it for Demon Kite now. The dance, fully breaking on out. That's a fourth of the health left on the Lord.
Oh, now it's a bit different. Light going in. Sanji already forced to use his Chaos. But Demon Kite, while those were happening, he just took the objective for Aurora. JP, can he get out of this? Oheb still not going in. Now he does. But look at the real world manipulation. Stopping them in their tracks.
When it comes to honesty, no one can be raw in a fight like this.
Sanford going in.
the OM, the only one left.
And now there goes another wipeout with no one left to defend. Aurora will take match points.
One game away from the grand finals. One game away from that slot at M7. Aurora 2-1.
Every single player just keeps adapting, just keeps learning. I don't know what to expect in the next few games anymore, if any.
Honestly, the writing was on the wall. Aurora was just waiting for that one window. Let's go to Midnight and Athena.
The match keep getting more exciting as the game goes by. A match point for Aurora.
One game from the grand finals and one game from Jakarta for M7. Amazing stuff coming out from the Northern Lights. That Lordance though, that last part, I thought it was gonna be TLPH like going to late game. They will have damage.
They do.
But this is the dance. It was the dance from Aurora that allowed these guys and Yue as well from the Eve, that real world manipulation that locked this game down for Aurora, shutting down Sanford, shutting down Carl TZ. Even though it's a small team fight, it's a big win for Aurora.
Bow down to Yue. What an amazing performance. Plus, they were able to polish off their mistakes from game number 2, which in fact for game number 3, very consistent, and as well as Demon Kite able to outmaneuver, deny buffs from Carl TZ himself.
Yeah, I mean, even though TLPH looked like they would have answers in the late game, the positioning from these RWMs or real-world manipulations from Yue were immaculate. But also, just the overall early game presence coming out from the Eve with the supplement of having the Fredrin on the front line, they were able to sort of scare Liquid away from these resources that Demon Kite was just taking. But again, we reached the point where TLPH had like the right tools. They had the right initiations. Carl TZ finally had damage, but it's the real world manipulations. We said this during the draft. I personally didn't like the Eve because of what it brings to the table, but Yue made it work. He was able to find angles, he was able to find these pokes, even though they were losing some turtles against TLPH. He was the constant force. This Eve was not playing too aggressive, like beyond the limit. He was pushing the edge of what the Eve could do, and these little edges from the RWMs are what disrupted the team fight from TLPH.
I mentioned that the Eve is one of those heroes that has a hard time when it comes to dangerous grass, but Yue took that to his advantage. He found a perfect angle for him to be untouchable, unseeable here, and all throughout, even ensuring a double kill, maybe a triple kill here. And for TLPH, they just weren't ready for that yet. And looking closer, Midnight, we've mentioned that there was kind of a question mark here for the Eve for Yue, but all in all, it came hand to hand here onto the combat of Edward as well. Finding the spots where Sanji was accompanying Khalid.
It could be a Claude, but then there's also a world where Oheb just picks up an Esmeralda.
What if we go back to a Hylos Edward?
That could work, Hylos XP, or maybe Hilda. Okay, they still go for the Phobius.
Okay, somewhere in the setup here in the Dark Wave for Aurora. TLPH. Moskov for Oheb.
I don't like this Moskov. I don't like his Moskov.
Maybe it's all about the vantage point here for Oheb and the Matilda for JP. So it's going to be a jungler backshot here for Carl.
I mean, if you ever wanted a gold lane fighter for Doming, I would say Esme is very good here. Even though there's a backsha, I don't think you die against this composition if you're Esme.
But so far, Doming Kite's success onto fighter gold heroes is not yet that high.
Actually, never mind. They don't have a final, so they need a marksman here.
Let's see. He's not hovering over any heroes at all. Very nice catcher for camera guy.
Yeah. What about Natan? Natan, Bruno.
Go back to the carrier, Brody here. If ever.
I'd say Natan. Natan's the better pick here.
The 1-1 is actually open, if ever.
Obsidia.
So it's going to be...
No.
Do you lock it? It is an Ixia.
There's a Matilda in the game!
He was actually touching the Matilda before he picked off and locked in the Ixia.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they're worried about it. Maybe he was like, "Are you sure, guys? Are you sure?
you sure?
There's a Matilda in this freaking game. There's an Arlet as well." But maybe somebody was like, "Don't worry, we'll protect you." All right, let me lock it in.
That is a very huge statement to get a Niksha against a Matilda. And I do feel the contemplation there for Domingkai.
Yeah.
And that's a very nice POV to see as well.
To be fair, before he was Aurora, when he was in Minana Evos, this was his most successful hero.
But still, risking it all for the match point here for Aurora. Let's see if this will be the final game. Will they be a representative and go to the grand finals? Let's head on over to our casters.
One win away for Aurora to cement themselves in the grand finals and book their ticket to Jakarta. One more game for Liquid to win to take us all the way.
And in that very crucial game, we see Domingkai pick up an Iksha in the gold lane.
This is a debut and a re-debut, if you'd like to call it. Midnight did throw back and allude to Domingkait's early days, once known as Domingder or Domingar. He was with Minana Evos. That's, I think, when we started calling him Pal Doming.
Yes.
When he started, you know, really rack up the farm. And Brigida, you mentioned how you saw this on like a TikTok or something. Ixia and Eve.
There's this certain combo between the Iksha and the Eve, which lets you just lock down all your opponents if you get to put or launch the real-world manipulation
With the full barrage.
And the full barrage at the perfect spot.
So it's like geometry, like a triangle with a square or a rectangle.
But what I'm thinking about is that Sanford has a vengeance. Carl TZ may be somehow affected, but he does still have the Baxter Shield Unity.
And
But-
there's a Matilda that can just eat them out.
Yeah, but there's a Guiding Wind and the Crimson Beacon. So there are just so much blink skills
That
for
could
Liquid.
get you out of that box. Which is, again, something Aurora is willing to play with. Again, this is the threat we present. What are you going to do about it, Liquid? While Liquid is sticking to a very Liquid identity. Look at their draft and look at how brazen Carl TZ is taking that small cap away in the bottom lane. They're up by about 200. Like, that's what that small, sneaky rotation got.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like Liquid have decided to just pour all of their attention to Doming, because it's been a bit too obvious that Aurora are sticking with the Fredrin. So now they have to target Doming. But now, who is going to be the first target? Carl TZ just goes for Demon Kite straight up. There goes the RWM. And they just try to get out of the box, as mentioned. And it's so easy for them, but Edward flickers in with a Dark Wave.
Coming in with a demonic pursuit by Sanford.
That's going to be the first casualty of the game. First objective goes to Aurora 2. And they just get more out of that.
With that first trade, would have been worth it. And the turtle made it even more, giving both of these gold laners what Joseph would like to call the gold lane experience, and I think Domingkai is having the time of his life.
He is making things harder for Oheb. Oheb just barely tried to get the remaining gold from that wave. His SOD didn't even land at the right moment to get the last hit on that second minion.
Doming sidestepped.
And he just had to risk it to take that last minion down bottom, but maybe it's also about the laning advantage. For Domingkai, the Iksha arguably can handle herself in the lane, not until someone decides to, like JP, rotate down bottom.
Change the math significantly. In a 1v1 situation, she has better sustainability, a little more reliable crowd control. Oheb kind of has the angle, that Spear of Misery.
Yeah, the passive and all that.
And as you can see, though the wave is at equilibrium, but still, Domingkai has that XP advantage. I wonder if there's a significant gold advantage as well. As you can see, Aurora, 3.5 minutes in, has 1,000 gold up. So that's what you get with one more kill and that turtle that you scored.
Yeah, it's so good for Doming that they won that first objective fight too, because it just allowed him to be a lot more confident here in the laning phase. The bottom lane doesn't seem to be a problem for Aurora, at least for now, because you would expect that Light might have to pay a bit more attention to this Ixia. JP could be a bit more aggressive on this Mathilda, but all I'm seeing are guiding winds provided to Oheb to reposition and keep himself safe. They're not guiding winds that try to push forward or threaten Dominkai.
Yeah, so it looks like Liquid are hunkering down for what could be the inevitable defensive state that they'll be in if they have to give up every single turtle in the early game. This is the second one spawning in the lower quarter. Quite the pull from Aurora. Again, we have two utility junglers. So expect that these dances will last a little longer. Turtle approaching half health.
Yep, no one's really committing just yet, but Aurora decides to go in first. There's the real world once again. Sanford using the final slash, but no follow-up will happen. Aurora are just going all in, and Carl teases the next target. Saji's Crimson Beacon out, but Edward follows him under the turret. And that's two members down for Team Liquid.
And one of them is the Retribution holder, so Aurora can take their sweet time. Oh my lord. You mentioned all the dashes. You mentioned how it should be easy to dodge that RWM full barrage combo, but guess what? Mr. Consistent likes it when you dash away. He gets to chase you with the Infernal Pursuit.
And guess what? They're not doing the combo. They're using it at different times.
Exactly, they're layering it. They're not getting their cake and eating it too. They're getting their cake and keeping it in their back pocket for a rainy day. And that rainy day is today as Aurora take mid lane. Aurora on their way to taking the bottom lane. They're up 2,000 gold.
All theories are gone. Aurora have a different approach at playing this lineup. And Team Liquid Philippines, they're clearly surprised by how they're doing this.
Rick, it's a full 1,000 between Oheb and Dominkai. And Dominkai just went full greed.
Oh.
Sky Piercer on this Ixia.
Sky Piercer first even, maybe. Or was it second?
Item.
Okay, it's
he has
second.
one fully built
Corrosion.
item. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's on his way to a Swift Trinity. But first, a little stopover, a little break there with the Sky Piercer. I think he's
That's
reading the
still
room.
something, yeah.
He's reading the room like, you guys are going to feed me the kills, and then we're going to go to Jakarta. Like, what's going to happen here?
They're just so close to making that happen. Because at this point, not even Sanford can look for those final slashes to make things work.
Not without triggering Edward.
And not with the real world manipulation in front of them.
That too, he has to stop. Again, sure you can dash through. You can, train on your targets with the Vengeance, but it's not like the front line of Aurora's making that easy.
Yeah, I think Carl, TZ, and Sanford have to be a lot more calculated in terms of the timings in which they go in, because it's so hard to back out when Aurora decides to punish you.
You know what? Here's one of those times when I wish Liquid had that Hayabusa to hunt down this Ixia. Because the last time it was picked was Season 14, about a year ago, September 27, 2024, by Kozin, when he was playing for TNC. So the last time it happened in MPL Philippines, Aurora was on the receiving end of an Ixia.
Yeah, and that was a completely different TNC that we're talking about at the time, a year ago. Oh, Edward again has all his eyes on Sanford. But could he be the target? They're gonna settle for whatever they can, because at this point, Team Liquid, they could not get close to the objective.
Little trade though. Aurora did have to open up that bottom lane. Oheb doing work, getting farm on him. Maybe that SOD missing was a little bit of bird toast. even if it did hit, like he wouldn't have to press it. Like he should keep himself scared. I think that's step one in Liquid's recovery. Don't pick fights. Guiding wind away, saving Oheb from Edward.
That's all we're seeing for now. Unfortunately, they have that, but how else can they utilize the tools that they have? They're not able to play as aggressively because of the threat of an immediate punish from Aurora. Either the real world, the full barrage, or Edward just blocking every single member of Liquid from running away. Oh, smart move from Carl, but Oheb gets caught by the Unbreakable. Oh my goodness.
Something tells me Aurora have put the fear of God into Liquid. You see how fast JP flickered away?
Yeah.
I think he was expecting a full-on collapse. He's like, no way!
Because it could happen. Edward was so close nearby.
That was a jump scare.
And now all they're doing is just going for the split push. Team Liquid Philippines they're stuck in this position of they can't even pick a team fight.
Nope.
They can't even try to look for pickoffs. No one seems like a safe target if we talk about Aurora.
Not until Oheb is ready. And Oheb is so far behind. He's almost 2,000, full 2,000 behind Dominkite. And he only has 2 out of 3 on that Swift Trinity, while Dominkite is on his way. He's 2 in, but also he has a Sky Piercer. Luckily, no stacks on yet.
Yeah, but he also has the Sea Halberd, so like, even this early on, they're finding ways to deal with every single form of sustain that Liquid has.
Right, shield, heal, and given a Nixie, again, it's been a while, folks, since we've actually seen one in professional play. Might not even want that Swift Trinity. He might just want that Corrosion Sight, and then a smorgasbord of other damage items that you put on marksman. Lord spawns, upper quarter, Aurora approaching that 5,000 gold lead over Liquid, and I'm not so sure this is the right call. I don't think the Cavalry wants to smoke.
Does JP really want to stand up front? Edward, once again, it's always Sanford that he's trying to look for.
Oh no.
Carl TZ trying to close in. Edward forcing a fight down or on the other side of the map as well. But the AOG is already committed. SOD finally connects. Sanford goes in and Demon Kite actually falls. But Edward gets the Lord!
Mr. Consistent secures it, and they take down so many. The Liquid Stampede is quelled. Rora finds the wipeout. Dominkite is a maniac.
A sidestep full barrage from Dominkite to take down 4 members from the Cavalry.
40 couldn't flicker, JP couldn't flicker, could have maybe saved someone with a guiding winds, but Dominkite was too damn deadly.
Fortunately, the death timers aren't that long just yet, but they'd have to say goodbye to their holy shields. And Aurora, they're so terrifying, they actually go for Yue, but is he the target? Dominkite! It's Dominkite they want! It's a shutdown from Sanji!
Oheb coming in from the back line. Demonkite trained on him. Traded 2 for already. JP and Sanford.
Oh no.
3 members of Aurora are on him. Down he goes. Yue gets him.
That was time for Liquid to clear the Lord, but was he the best option to get that time? To buy that time for the Cavalry?
It's gone sideways as the RWM comes out of Yue.
Carl TZ and Sanji, they still have to deal with a single minion and another wave in mid, but Carl, he's trying to close in Demon Kite. Sanford trying to catch up, goes for light, but he has the Unbreakable to move a bit further. Carl TZ gets blocked by the minions and the chase will not continue.
Aurora makes that decision. We can't force the issue. Dominkite just spawned, and we need our marksman to be able to finish this. Put a dot on this match. End it with an exclamation point. 6,000 gold up. Dominkite just built that malefic gun. So as if that range difference was already huge enough, he can now shoot at you from where you can't even see him.
That's gonna be a lot more problems for Liquid. Imagine how much resources they had to commit just to find that kill on Dominkite.
A lot, bring it up, a lot. But here's the thing. Oheb has his Swift Trinity already, and he's on his way to his Wind of Nature. So that means he'll be relatively safe from a good chunk of Edward's damage, from Dominkite for sure, from even Demonkite, but not Yue. So Yue, as you can see, is on top of damage dealt. So all these swipes, all these hard presses, if you may do that with the RWM, are making a difference. That's something that Liquid has to deal with too.
And this Yue, this Eve, has a purple buff on his hero.
That's Carl's.
It's not like Carl needs it. He's not a Hayabusa in this game, you know.
But Liquid needs it.
But they need all resources that they can, because we're still talking about a 6K gold lead in favor of Aurora.
We've seen worse gold leads that feel much worse. This is a very dominant 6K gold lead, and I think they're in the right spots. Dominkite builds his final item to fill up his kit, has a Wind of Nature of his own. So in case Oheb finds him, Sanford finds him, he should be fine. Lord getting blitzed by Aurora.
Oh, wait, they're actually moving away. They see majority of Liquid trying to position themselves in the Lord. What could be the call for Aurora?
Deadly Dawn starting off Final Slash.
Sanford finding some targets, but they're not the best just yet. Light jumping in, Dominic Kite secures the lore, Demon Guy rather, and now they're going in, JP, all in, Sanford's next. They're losing members one by one, Aurora. They're going for the chase, but Liquid has to run away.
The Stampede goes backwards. They roll out. The Lord spawns up top. Aurora is inside the base. They crack through mid.
Do they have enough wave clear? Can OHEB deal with this alone? Sanji, what can they do to delay the siege?
Full barrage!
OHEB is down. There's no one left to clear. It's a double for Doming and the Northern Lights towards their redemption are headed back to the world stage.
Aurora are going to Jakarta. 3-1. They're going to M7. They lock in for the grand finals. Brigida, they didn't end the regular season at #1 for nothing.
Top one, 14 win streak, now make it 15 this season. And they're so close to potentially ending the entire season with only a single series loss.
GG, well played to the defending champions, to the MSC champions, Team Liquid Philippines. Tonight they take their bow, but they will be back. They will be competing in the lower bracket. But tonight it's all about the Northern Lights. Tonight we know one of two M7 representatives. It's gonna be all blue. Aurora. We'll be hearing from them on stage. They're joined by our hosts. What a moment. Here are our victors.
Roras, your winners, grand finalists, and the M7 representative, Aurora Gaming! Wow, incredible. What a moment. Almira, let's just give this to them, an incredible opportunity. Coach, team, congratulations. Edward, I have to look for you. Welcome back to the M World Championship, Edward.
Yun. Pero ano,
Edward, may tanong ako. Sa Game 1, ikaw nakakuha ng 3-man stun with the lapu-lapu para ma-set up nyo yung comeback.
That's
nyo.
right.
So ano yun? May communication ba kayo? Kailangan, alam mo ba na may mag-follow up ba ng setup mo?
Sabi ko lang sa kampi ko, tiwala lang sa akin, mahuli ko si Carl, parang ganun. Parang sabi ko, tingin lang sa akin lagi, anytime. May mahuli ako sa kanila.
Alam mo, Almira, yan yung nakikita ko all throughout the season coming in from Edward. Talk to us about yung communication nyo kasi less than 12 hours ago, kinailangan nyo pang maglaro against TNC. Naka-apekto ba yun ngayon? How did you guys condition yourselves?
Ayun, nag-review lang kami ng saglit sa against TNC, tapos mas prioritize namin yung tulog namin Tapos yung draft, hinayaan na namin sa coaching staff. So, ayun. Okay pa rin naman kami ng 8 hours tulog ganun.
And Coach MTB and Dexstar made it happen. Coaches, congratulations. Doming Kite! Doming, yung Iksha, hindi ko alam kung saan ang galing, Almira. But hey, I think we have a different question for him.
Doming Kite, may tanong naman din ako sa'yo. Nahirapan ka pa sa pag-adjust sa fighter gold lane meta ba?
Hindi naman totally nahirapan sa pag-adjust ng fighter gold. Siguro tinatiming lang din yung tamang composition ng pagpasok ng gold lane ko na fighter yun.
Hindi ka naman kinonvince sila coach, sila Dexstar na gumamit ng iba pang mga fighter heroes.
Actually marami pa talaga, hindi pa talaga nalalabas yung iba.
So this means na mas marami pa kaming makikita sa inyo heading into the grand finals. Yun ba ang binibigay mo sa amin? Mas marami pa kaming makikita sa inyo.
Possible kasi long series So hindi naman natin masasabi kasi PH to. Malalakas talaga yung team. So parang composure lang din na yun, tamang Tamang ano lang, yung magagamit ko pa yung ibang hero ko talaga.
Ibang klase, ibang hero. I said ibang klase, ipasa mo sa katabi mo who has been very emotional all throughout. Light! You were the light at the end of Aurora's tunnel. You made it back into the grand finals. What makes this so special for you?
Kasi nung mga times na malapit na ako sa grand finals, lagi ako natatalo sa TLPH eh. Laging kinakapos. Tapos after nun, parang napunta na sa Indo, tapos parang napil ko na di ko na kaya. I mean, parang baka hindi ko na kaya makapag-international gano'n. First appearance ko rin kasi sa Worlds, kaya sobrang special talaga sa akin. Tapos, ayun, para din sa girlfriend ko na lagi sumasupport sa akin.
And Roras, this is Light's first M-World Championship! What a statement, Almira. What a moment for Light.
Once again,
give it up for your winners and grand finalists, Aurora!
Is a very good ban here for Onyx Philippines, but there's going to be a lap of prior here for 3-Mar.
I thought it was gonna be Arlet, honestly. It's either Arlet or Exberg. You either deal with the CC early game and then provide team fight for mid game, or you go full greed. Like late game heroes for the side of TNC, Exberg would have worked against Kalea and the CC, but now Onyx Philippines, if they want, if they want a gold lane fighter, Esmeralda is the way to go. Even though there's a Lunox on the other side, Esme is just overall good against Lapo and Joy.
Or maybe just go for the traditional route here, because considering they also already have the CC, but basing on the Kirk's hero so far, they might pick a new hero as well and give the CC to Kelra, Selena for Super Friends.
Okay, Arlet against the Lapo and then CC gold lane. I still think Exborg works here for TNT. You go greedy route. There's no harm. If you're TNT, put Benny on the Lapu and utilize an Exborg XP for 3-Mar. It's not as heavy on playmaking, but it's more so like Onyx PH. If you don't capitalize on the mid game, you just lose out late game. That's it.
Or maybe they want a late game hero here, like a Moskov for Benny Cutie.
There you go, Export.
Something like the Export has you mentioned. And they will be picking it off onto their last pick here for first drafting phase. Now, with the stage set and the hero set midnight, for TNC Pro Team, they kind of got the gist of what Onyx Philippines is trying to do by getting the Selena for Super Friends and even the Kalea. But looking at the index now, it's more of a late game spike here for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's as we've mentioned earlier, Onyx, they do have mid game. They have the capacity to snowball, but if they don't get King Kong enough, if they don't give King Kong enough farm and space, they're just gonna naturally lose to this lineup of TNT.
Let's see, because it's going to be a do-or-die match for our second match of the day. Only one can survive. Let's head on over to the Land of Dawn to get to know more on today's game. Casters, it's your time.
And it's time for a lower bracket bout between TNC Pro Team and Onyx Philippines. Last night, TNC came so close to locking in for that upper bracket bout. At the same time, last night, Onyx got hard swept.
This time, though, it's elimination that's on the line for Onyx and TNC. And that's what they're fighting for, to get into the top 3 and to stay in this tournament. And possibly even redemption, especially if you're talking about Onyx Philippines.
Looking at the lineup that TNC brought in, we've known them to have this very specific brand of MOBB. Post-Project Next, they have played so much fighter gold lane. Medicutie, the Storm, we know that he does this often, but here he's rocking an Exborg. Yesterday, we saw Kelra hovering over an Exborg, but in a post-match interview, he confirmed that it was always going to be a Moskov.
Yeah. That's something Onyx hasn't fully committed to trying again. Because it's not like they didn't try using fighter gold lanes at all. In the regular season, we did see them try explore, but
this was the first one.
this was the first one, and then we saw another hero, I believe it was along the lines of a Ruby, but it wasn't as successful of a campaign from Onyx. But maybe after what happened against Team Liquid, they've realized a few things that maybe they have to find a way to make it work.
Yep, this first game will definitely set the tone for what has elapsed and what transpired in the Onyx boot camp to try and reset after yesterday's tragedy. Again, a sweeping loss against the Cavalry. This is their recovery. It starts now. Turtle about to spawn in the lower quarter of the map. Chakno gets knocked up here. TNC members are very low. I'm not so sure how they're going to be positioning themselves for this first.
I'm surprised he's not actually trying to reset prior the objective. This is expanding rivers either way, but Chaco's still staying here. And now they're not able to do anything.
Nothing, Bree, nothing. 10 seconds after it spawned, again, same question, like, what was the play? Usually when teams concede a turtle, there's always something else that they're looking at. Here, TNC seem to be going at half speed.
Yep, and it's not what I'd expect for a team who's always been so committed to fighter lineups and have shown us such brawly games the previous day. This feels like TNC when they entered Game 5 last night. It's a much more careful, conservative approach to playing the game when in fact, this is not what worked for them at all.
Yep, they've always been more successful in their element when they're constantly fighting. With a lineup like this, I don't exactly see how they can pull off a Phoenix Flash.
Yeah.
That's the random fights that come out of nowhere that end up in a beneficial trade or totally free kills for TNC. That is their MO. That's what's been successful for them in the playoffs.
And at least for Onyx, I'm liking how good they're holding the mid lane. And now speaking of mid lane, Chakno might actually fall here. He's trying to sustain everything, and he will with the revitalized Super Prince. Fortunately had the flicker. Oh, but that's the tsunami slap from Brusco. Still not able to pick up a kill though, even if Kellera, or even though Kellera did join the fight.
You see that? Both teams had their own fair share of doubts. Ult's thrown over here. Revitalize is popped over there. Flickers even from Super Prince.
That's a lot.
Yet no one fell.
I'm even surprised that Chakno still lives. Because those are 3 members of Onyx who poured out so much of their skills in an attempt to take him down. Maybe not the Tsunami Slam, but it's not like they needed it for that kill, supposedly, towards Chakno.
That's veteran Wiles, the wisdom that comes with playing for so many years in the MPL. He debuted in Season 4. He's been playing since 2019. That's 6 years that Chakno has been doing this for a living, and he knows that Ataka Kachati would not die. Benny Cutie gets his Myrak armor pop.
Yep, and that's 9 playoffs appearances too. But then Lancy going in, Super Prince has nowhere to run to. First blood for Lancy on this Lunox once more, but the Tsunami Slam gets committed onto the right target. Saida's nowhere to be found. And there's another kill that goes into the hands of King Kong.
Oh my god, Kirk going from target to target. Kellera dealing damage as well. All enough time for King Kong to take the turtle.
That was such a quick decision from Onyx Philippines. Even though the fight was still on, King Kong did not decide to join at all.
No.
He just had to focus on his priorities, and being a Yisun Shin, this is such a great start.
And that puts them almost 2,000 gold ahead. 5 minutes in, 2 turtles in the back pocket. This is the Onyx we've been looking for. Penny again gets his Myraga armor popped. A trap triggered. It's not a good game to be an X-Borg.
It's not a Farsa mid lane you're seeing in Super Prince, but the way he keeps bursting the Firaga armor essentially feels the same. The rotations towards the top lane have been so frequent, and this is the first time we're seeing Benny on the X-Borg, but we're not able to see much from him just yet.
Nope, we've always seen him get his Firaga armor pop. No last insanities that actually mean anything. So TNC have to find a way to recover elsewhere. And it looks like the EXP lane ain't gonna be it. Folks, in case you've just joined us recently and are not aware of how things work, there are gold lane fighters now. So this is not a mistake. You're seeing an Arlen versus a Lapu-Lapu in the EXP lane. and a CC and an X-Borg in
Yeah.
the gold lane.
Do not be confused about which is the EXP lane. Because it's still the Arlot Lapu, it's just that we're currently at a point where even the gold lane mostly revolves around fighters now.
Yep.
And maybe it's also because of, oh, hold on.
Tsunami Slam!
Now that's an XP lane pickoff. We were just talking about it, and 3mar gets taken down.
Boris James Paro has had it. Since yesterday, he's been struggling to get his team to a good position, and now he said he'll just put it into his own hands, literally, serving up kills. 3-2 now, still keeping that 2,000 gold lead, and King Kong farming. I think he's had it with this question of, so really, who's the king of the jungle? It's him!
Individually,
he knows it's him!
Right, it's like individually they woke up. Brusco now deciding to pick the Kalea. Oh, he is a bit more decisive in terms of the pickoffs. Hold on though, there's the Firaga armor, he's intact. The last insanity we finally see inside actually gets the objective this time. Will Lancey survive though? He gets to walk away. The flicker knockup from Brusco. Lancey does not survive, and that's the last insanity just to escape. Kirk making things work as well. But so far, it's just TNC who lose a member.
Oh my God!
And it's no longer just one.
The Monster Mage shows up. A flicker and a kill on a Betty.
Okay, I know we mentioned things about waking up. Now even Prince does, but Kirk gets taken by Zyda. So that's at least one trade TNC got. But in the past few team fights we saw, King Kong, Brusco, Prince, they've all had their individual highlights already. This was what was lacking from them yesterday.
That's right. And now TNC are looking for a way to get into a dominant position. They need to get some offense in there. And Kelra pops that curtain call, throws it between Lancey and 3mar, almost takes down Lancey. Oh, he's gonna get punished hard.
Zyda. He finds him there. Could have been really close for Lancey though. They're not letting Lancey serve as a secondary core in this situation.
Nope.
It's like they know that's what Lancey's supposed to do. So maybe that's also why they put so much emphasis towards the mid lane.
A lot of fans online, armchair analysts, and everyone who has an opinion thinks Lancey needs to step his game up, and Onyx are pressing hard on that. They're applying pressure on TNC's mid laner, their team captain. And I'll tell you now, I get it. This is the right thing to do. If Lancey gets into a position where his damage is real, and he can start acting as a threat magnet as well to Selena, so that, oh my God, oh my!
There's another setup from Brusco. He's mad, I can feel it.
Yep.
Now there's a Mountain Shocker too.
It's a combo wombo. You're gonna get hit by one of these things, these arrows, those tsunami slams.
Everything.
Even Kirk is a real threat to Lancey.
We don't even get to see the final slashes yet. It's like everyone else is able to look for openings even without Kirk starting things up. Brusco doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, but that's already enough to take out the Braga armor. There goes Kirk. He finds a 3-man setup, and every single member of Onyx just decides to go in. Betty Cutie keeping himself safe under the turret, but another knockup, denying Zyda of his attempts. And the double for Kelra on the CC.
You know someone else who's had it with these haters, these naysayers?
Who?
That's Kirk. Kirk has had a rough season 16, and on this Arlon, he is earning all of the trust that was once there from the online community. Lord for Onyx, now they're up 4K.
Wow, that's even a rose gold meteor pickup by Kirk. I could feel how aggressive he wants to play this Arlot. And even just now, that was a really aggressive one. He was already under the turret, and I'm surprised he still survived.
And he's third in farm. Super Prince ain't even that close. Super Prince is like 1,000 gold away, so you understand why Kirk is farming this way, why Kirk is building up this item kit that allows him to do just that. Again, an Oracle, that casual Fury Hammer. Even 3mar can think twice with how the economy is going for the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, we can't see 3mar confidently jumping in with the bravest fighter at all.
No.
And maybe at this point, Onyx might even consider him as a target, as a viable target for whatever setups they want to go for, just because of how much damage they could already throw out. But what they'll be prioritizing for now
are the turrets.
That's right. In a fighter gold versus fighter gold type of lineup and matchup, the map is your #1 enemy because you don't have a marksman, pushing isn't as easy. Lansky catches an arrow, does not pull the trigger just yet. No Purify, no Brilliance. And look at the free damage that Onyx is laying down on him. Oh no!
Oh, you just said it. You cannot feel at ease when you're against this lineup of Onyx.
It was this close to a fight actually breaking out. Super Frizz's consistency on the Abyssal Arrow is out of this world. 42% over 11 and a half minutes of competition.
Yeah.
This guy's been, I don't think Frizz slept last night. I think he just practiced Selena.
All these skill shots are landing on every single member of TNC. And again, if maybe Chaknu did still have his AOG there, they might have considered fighting back, but it was a no, so they couldn't afford to risk anything. Not when Onyx was that close to their base turrets, to potentially doing a siege that they'll forever regret. And look at how close supposedly things are, but not until you look at the map.
Yep, no, big picture. It's more than just this 2,000 gold gap between King Kong and Zyda. And it's not like Zyda looks like a chump, all right? Zyda somehow finds a way to always get what's left on the map. And it makes sense because he is technically the funnel. Without it's not an East lineup, yes, but he's doing the same thing. Farm into me. Let me get the burst damage I need so that some way, somehow, Chaknu's set up their bait plays with 3-Mar will make sense. If anything, I feel bad for Benny. It's Benny who can't catch a break.
And imagine this guy, just yesterday, was using heroes like the Cho. So he could do and find openings all by himself. He could even try and go for pickoffs all by himself. But now it's different. He's an export. And since they're playing from behind, they might need him a bit more for defense. But is that really the way Benny wants to play?
The truth is much closer to a high-tech Pinata. That's exactly what he is. Onyx gonna throw stuff at him, he's gonna break, and then he throws more stuff at him again. And it's rare that he finds them with his Firaga armor intact, is what I'm trying to say. 7,000 now, as Onyx secures their second Lord. Item game is looking so much worse. TNC are getting depraved, even these small camps. You see here, Super Friends and Brusco are checking this purple. I think they understand that Zyda needs the purple more than the orange.
It's another situation of choking out resources from an assassin jungler. And arguably, maybe that's why we're seeing a lot more less joys come into play, because again, the joy feels as if it needs a bit more time, it needs more farm.
Yep.
And now Onyx know exactly how to prevent Zyda from getting to that point where he could just fight head on. Oh my goodness, the Brilliance was already used.
And it was quite a point-blank arrow. It's just, you can never tell when Super Prince decides to flicker in and jump you. Approaching a 9,000 gold lead Onyx has, and it's miserable. The purple does finally spawn, but King Kong's gonna take it away like their lunch money. Joy is in this category of junglers like Hayabusa, like needed. Final slash on 3!
Now they're looking for action. Zyda trying to go from behind, but the Tsunami Slam was ready to deny him of another trade. They actually get to take down 3-Mar with that setup by Kirk.
And that's 3-Mar, that's a Lapu Lapu. Mind you, did not have the time to get the damage reduction, did not have time to get some spell vamp, and that's the last insanity!
Oh my goodness, because of the Brilliance, the arrow landed on Benny. And now Chaknu's next. Zyda trying his best just to clear the ways, but it doesn't stop Onyx from clearing every single base turret left.
Mount Shocker by King Kong, threatening a TNC. There's a Tsunami Slam!
That's a fleeting time, Kalea. And Onyx will not prolong this game any longer. A 15-minute game that goes over to Onyx.
The Super Fam are back with their first win in the playoffs. A lightning round against the TNC Pro Team. 1-0.
It's been a while since we saw the Kalea, and it's great we saw it in Brusco's hands.
Now this looks like TNC. I want to hear what Athena and Midnight have to say about this quick one.
Onyx Philippines finally secured their first win for our playoffs this season.
Yeah, even though TNC looked like they are going to be able to match up the tempo of Onyx Philippines, once the actual power spikes and the timing came through, we saw the aggression coming out from Onyx Philippines. Even the, just the sheer presence of the CC, the Eason Shin, the Arla, they're able to group up on the map. Matter of fact, Kelra's sometimes over greedy with his map movements, but when they group up, TNC couldn't really fight in terms of the skirmishes because they have to wait. They have to, scale up to the late game. But Onyx Philippines didn't allow them to, and it's because all of these shots were landing from Super Prince, the Monster Mage with the Selena, crazy arrows in the late game as well.
Our Game 1 MVP, Super Prince, the Monster Mage, making waves here for our first game. Aside from that, long-range arrows.
I think that's another surprise because they've been making sure Zaida doesn't get a hold of any in game number 1.
Yep, so you see our TNC just put their foot on the gas and say, yeah, just get Zaida something because that joy was a little too much in game number 1. A lot of action in mid here. Almost getting taken down is Lancy, but he's caught up. King Kong on that using shit. Oh no, Chaknu!
Wait, this is a Hilda! But at least she got to flicker in the bush.
Trigger that passive, get a little bit of shields on healing. Looking at the initial item builds, you'll see that both junglers get a little bit of extra damage to speed up that farm. What's the gold lane situation like? Again, a Bane versus a Ruby, both have some level of added sustainability.
Yeah, I guess you gotta time the skills very well if you're the Bane. Because a Ruby can jump from or blink every now and then, that's the passive, but if you get to time it so well, or maybe even right after the passive, that there's no choice, or there's no other option but for the Ruby to receive majority of the damage, and I'm probably talking about the deadly catch, if that's the case. But it's not like that's the goal for our gold laners. It's not like they want to kill each other in lane.
They want to leave the lane and join this turtle fight, and that's what Kelra is doing. Look at how fast he's going. Brusco jumps on him, Turtle gets pulled slightly over to TNC.
They're really trying to make things hard for Zaida here. He still has vision of the objective, though. Everybody jumping in, and who gets the turtle? It's 3mar who actually gets it. The Deadly Cat deals so much damage to Onyx, though, because Benny Cutie joins the fight as well. And Lancy takes a kill on Kelra.
The Phoenix Army come alive. Suddenly, the red side of the Cuneta Astrodome makes some noise as TNT score that first turtle, get 2 free kills as well. I don't blame Onyx because looking at their lineup now, they can't do much in the early game. What were they expecting? What was the best case scenario here? A Raging Sandstorm into a Time Offender into they don't have damage output yet.
Yeah, but it was clear that they wanted the objective. Benny has the flicker to survive, though. And Benny did so much in that previous fight. I guess that's true. Onyx, they just tried to see what they can. But Chaco right here could be punished. Mountain Shocker will be used, but that's about it.
Yep, the best thing that Onyx can do is, I don't want to think that I'm being a pessimist by saying this, but accept the fact that the early game ain't yours. Maybe even a part of the mid game. And then use that Uranus as the tool that it's meant to be, a blunt force object.
Yeah.
You just buy time away from 3mar and own that half of the map so that you can get farm on King Kong. That's the only solution I can see now.
I guess even despite that, though, it's clear that they're trying to keep themselves in the game. Maybe through, let's say, Brusco and how he keeps trying to invade. Or maybe disrupt Zaida. Pay attention to how his farming patterns are, because I guess the Khalid's just that capable of doing that. He's been trying to scout Zaida for a huge majority of the past 4 minutes, but now it's TNC who just keeps grouping up and applying pressure to Onyx and their farm.
Yep, and what that'll do is you'll end up with a dead Khalid. You don't want that. You can't afford that. You can't give more gold over to TNC. They're up 1,000 gold now, and they're owning this turtle pit. Mountain Shocker by King Kong. 3mar jumps on Kelra.
He's liking how his passive is almost always active because of the blink skills. But now Chaknu going in gets punished instead.
There's the Infernal Pursuits from Trimar though, but he gets dragged all the way in between their two turrets. Kurt fighting back. It's a double kill for him already. Lancey though, using his ultimate. Will he get to buy the trade? What? The damage from Benny Cutie!
He spit on that thing as if a deadly catch wasn't enough. He hit that ale on a Kirk too. Again, Kirk had it coming, all right? He's but a baby Uranus. He's just a little small floating boy, and he can only build so much. I want to see the items because I want to see what he's prioritizing first, right? Is he going physical defense or magic defense first? And looking at it, it seems like it's magic first, mainly.
Yeah. Benny flickered there. Had to survive that attempt.
See? So it's majority magic because, you know, tough boots, and then he just has a singular Jerkin. So he had the right damage profile read out. It's just, it's too much coming from Bane this early.
And this Bane, I think they've tried to at least take him out twice in this game already.
Never, didn't work yet.
But every single time he had his flicker intact. So it's just an easy escape that we get to see from Benny Cutie all the time, and he already gets to pick up his Sky Piercer as well.
See how hard the Sigma jungler is working. He's using that Infinix GT30 Pro experience victory for every Madlang gamer. This is your Infinix handcap. Playing on the Infinix GT30 Pro. Chaknu, wow, takes a good chunk of damage. Onyx got that yellow Ubi going.
Yeah, there are 5 members approaching mid, and Zyda's at the opposite of the map. So could they be looking for a fight or just a quick way to blitz the Lord? Or the Turtle, rather.
Oh, what's he thinking? Went for that conceal and force to use the Raging Sandstorm defensively.
Yeah, and now Zyda's back. He can join the fight if he wanted to. So this could potentially break out into a 5v5. Kurt's already here as well. But I have my eyes on Benny. How do they deal with Benny and not get taken out by the surprise burst damage when they've all committed their resources onto the team fight that broke out even without him there just yet?
I think you and Onyx are on the same page. They have their eyes on Benny and they see that he's in mid. So any time that he just sidesteps, he could be part of the turtle. So they'd rather pay attention to what side is doing first. And if some way, somehow, TNC walk away with both the turtle and the turret, that's all losses for Onyx. So they're just mitigating the damage, covering up what holes need to be covered up so the sync doesn't completely ship. Looking at the items, oh my god. Benny already has a Sky Piercer and a Holy Crystal. He's fully breeding out, Bree.
I do not want to stay close to that kind of Bane at this point. Not when I'm in this spot, not if I'm Onyx and I have a bit of catching up to do. And even if you have so many potential crowd control sources, if you put yourself up close, then that's not going to be a good thing either. Super Prince already using him. Oh, what? How was Lancey caught there?
A sudden response from Onyx. I'll tell you how, Bree. I'm offended. He went in too close. I think there was a window between that move, that dash in, and him clicking the brilliance, and Kelra clicking that I'm offended. Brusco and the gang are on Chakru's tail. I'll tell you now, it's a small window of time, but Onyx found it.
I guess you can't really assume that Onyx gets tunnel visioned when they want to chase after a target, because it's so easy for them to just switch on the spot. And I guess that's also probably what happened to Lancey earlier. Maybe he thought they were actually trying to just go for the chase, but then they saw Lancey, and in the blink of an eye, they just suddenly shifted targets.
Yep, that's the secret in Onyx success, especially in their height in the M6 World Championships. It's so scary because they're so good at macro, but also mechanically speaking, any and all of them are always so on point. That's what's keeping this gold lead on a manageable scale. What is that now? About 3,000 gold between Onyx and TNC, despite everything that TNC has walked away with. And a good chunk of that gold is still on King Kong. So between him and Zyda, there still is a chance that if Onyx can find a good position, they could steal this Lord.
Because now TNC are the ones holding it, so maybe stealing the objective will be the way to go. Super Prince, though, already forcing the brilliance out of Lancy. But Kellera, look at the amount of crowd control they're able to use onto 3mar. That's going to be a kill over to Onyx. Deadly catch and the retribution from TNC to take that objective.
TNC just had too much distance. A lot of space they're working with. Chakno with a conceal, thinking if they're going to go for the counter-attack. He jumps King Kong. Superfam ain't having none of this. They know that they've already lost. Turtle, Lord, everything belongs to Zyda.
3mar was the sacrifice. And they had to put 3 bodies over there just to deal with him. And no one else could have went near TNC.
Nope. It's worth it, I'll tell you now. I think it's a good trade. Look at this. Kellera on his old teammate Chakno. It's interesting how Chakno's using this Hilda. Is it just their lineup, or how Chakno seems to have unlocked a new way to play Hilda?
Is he some sort of like bait for majority of the game?
Yeah, he's... Usually you see Hilda like want to try to whack dudes out, but this is like man-to-man defense, Hilda.
He's just the guy who shows up first.
Like a shadow.
And then he gets poked down really low, like what's happening now.
Runs away.
Runs away. But then TNC, it still seems as if they're in the perfect condition to fight if Onyx chooses to.
There's just too much going on for Onyx to deal with. And they've been trying, they've been holding on. Again, putting farm on King Kong, being on point for Kellera's I'm Offended on the turnaround. But TNC have been able to flourish under that. Approaching the 4K gold lead.
Maybe it's really that one fight to enable King Kong that they're looking at, that they're waiting for. A team fight where Benny isn't as free and where Lancy feels a bit awkward to go in. Clearly you should feel awkward. There's a Khalid, there's a Ruby, there's a Terrify threat from Super Prince, but no purple buffs yet again.
Oh, King Kong gets denied his purple. Grant the purple right in your face. What you gonna do about it, King? At least Zyda had to use the retribution. Well, sadly King Kong did too as a response, but looking at the items, he's behind 1,000 gold. You know what? In perspective, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
King Kong has damage.
It's nice and it's really great how they're able to somehow keep up. But it seems like they have to work together just to provide for King Kong. And maybe that's what Onyx doing right now. Like maybe sacrificing a couple of structures because all they really have to pay attention to is King Kong and him not getting left behind too much. Because if you look at their lineup, they really have to invest a lot, and if not everything, on King Kong. But Super Prince down low, Phantom Execution, but at least he has the brilliance from the IMU to get away.
All right, the answer from Onyx. It's a 4v5, and all this while, hey, ever seen a split pushing Uranus? That's what Kirk did. And TNC, they respond by going at the Lord. They know that they can't take this because Kirk is already rotated.
Yeah. He can catch up anytime and come from behind, but I'm pretty sure TNC already know that. They have vision. Lancy already sees Kirk. Chaknu, though, already half HP. What's the plan for TNC here? The plan is to just keep disrupting and zoning as Zyda takes the objective, but it's not just zoning that they do. They take out King Kong and Brusco too.
I can imagine the communications. Let him hit the traceless, let him in! And TNC punished now. 3mar chasing down Kirk.
Kirk's trying to run away. It's a Uranus, he can.
What? Off camera, Fringe gets popped.
By Zyda and Benny.
Zyda is a monster.
No, rather.
They got a Lord coming through bot. Mid lane's gonna go down. There's very little things that can stop a Bane from taking your structures. They're at 7K up now.
3mar actually went in there. Zyda's going to provide the follow-up. 3mar gets traded out, and they finally take the base turret. But Lancy will have to say goodbye as well. Onyx defend as much as they can. King Kong still alive. Does TNC still force this?
All right, Prince looking for a target. Can't exactly use IMU while you're in the air. gets that deadly catch, takes care of that Lord, but they lose their last inhibitor up top.
Okay, they just force the base turrets at least. Magic Sentry revealing Chaknu, but there's the conceal play still. Onyx might want to look for something, and it's Benny Cutie that they're trying to go after. But they spot Zaida, and they have to back away.
Here's the real dilemma. How do you stop Zaida purely? Like, how do you take him down? Because Prince doesn't have exactly the best crowd control. Brusco has just one big one. Kelra, it's temporary. You know, you displace him, but
yeah.
Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose, Puncture Puncher, I'm good. I think that's a huge dilemma here that Onyx has.
And ideally, in those brief moments, you should have enough burst damage to deal with the Lancelot, but it seems like they don't! Phantom Execution gets held for a bit, but still, Zaida making his way, dealing enough damage, forcing Super Prince to walk back to the base. See, it's even in those small openings that you don't get to see the damage coming from Onyx just yet.
And that's when he was already serving himself up on a silver platter. You see how he punctured into the rest of Onyx, and none of them could stop him. That is the real issue here. Zaida has gone unfettered. He is running through Onyx side of the jungle and through their lineup with impunity. 7-6, a bare base. Onyx haven't even broken through the tier 2s. I mean, I'd like to see them come back to that tier 2 up top. I'd like to see somehow maybe Kirk set it up, because that seemed to work. And he's had a, looking at the stats, Brigida, he's had the best game out of all the Super Fam right now at 3-2-1.
Yeah, that's true. But Zaida and the rest of TNC might not let Onyx do that anymore. They've been paying attention to the top lane even, especially now that we are about to see the next Lord spawn. So they're keeping or they're managing everything before this objective, which feels like it heavily favors them either way.
Yep, again, that's what you get when the map is on your side, when you got a huge 6K gold lead, and when the opponent's utility, I'm talking about Onyx, just isn't enough. Like, there's so many things to set up for you to even clap back. This ain't even a dance. This is literally a sting operation. It's an entrapment by TNC. They're gonna do the same thing. They might even let King Kong trace this in just for them to kill him again.
Yep. But look at how Prince and Brusco are holding this rush.
Whoa.
Oh no, the Flicker Raging Sandstorm doesn't connect, and Keller actually gets targeted by Zaida over here. King Kong is looking to be next. Another Thorn Rose successfully takes him down, and Chaknu's blocking everybody.
They use Benny as bait, and Zaida gets a triple. He's on Brusco.
A failed attempt now turned to this. A flicker from Benny, and they're not letting him go back home.
With Kirk left on the map, there's no way this Uranus defends.
Godlike for Zaida as he gets a hold of the Lancelot. TNC are not letting us have a sweep.